Oh, look at that. Hello, hello, hello. And now the stream is hearing me.
What? They're gonna charge people 500,000 to leave? How can they do that?
I guess they just draw or create laws then, right? Just change the laws and
Unless it's contradictory to constitutional law. Can you see a constitutional contradiction?
yes.
Okay, show me where. You just said yes, so it shouldn't be that hard. Everybody's so sure of these things until they're actually questioned on them.
Yeah, but just okay, yeah, okay, well, you're right. We're communists now and we're fucked. So yeah, I guess you're right.
I wish I wasn't. I did everything I could to stop it, but nobody cares. Apathy rules.
Fuck.
I wish it was different, but it's not.
Fucking Packy saying it too. Great.
But here's the thing that nobody realized. Everybody thinks we're in the richest countries in the world. But now, in this generation, all you have is people that remember when we were rich. This is a decaying society. Okay, look at South Africa. That's us in 15 years. Here's the hilarious part. There's a white enclave in South Africa where they explicitly say no niggers. Have to speak Afrikaans. You can't be foreign. You have to be part of that culture. And their connection with BRICS, the numbers are balancing out, and we're hemorrhaging money. There's no innovation. We don't make anything,
No.
and we're importing the most worthless people.
Yep, that's an understatement on that. Fuck.
Here, everybody can look at my huge clock.
Boiling frogs.
I thought you'd like that.
Fuck animals.
I swear it's getting warmer out.
It is. It's pretty balmy here, I'll tell you that.
But there's still that band of fake fog. You know what? I can get a picture of it. Go look at the stream. Or go look at cam 1. I'm going to show you on the live cam. Yeah, that looks natural.
You're streaming to Rumble, right?
Sure. cdd.com/cam1. You can go there.
Yeah, it's so natural. Like a deep blanket.
But here, let's just zoom out so you can see that
The sky.
it's not foggy. It's not foggy on the other side. It's just that
Ours
fucking
lasted
shit.
all day. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That is not natural.
No.
Right? Weather just does not work that way.
No.
Which means that's something else.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking. Yeah, that's not looking normal at all.
Again, I can adjust this any way you like.
No, I can see that. clearly.
It's not some sort of illusion.
No. It's all around the ground. It only goes so high. That's weird. It's not the way it works usually. Not what I've seen. It's just billowing along.
But it's not moving.
It's moving a bit to the right. See, it's sort of just like fluffing them out. It's odd looking though. I've never seen
Like
anything
it's being
that.
pumped in.
Yeah. Almost like dry ice or something.
Yeah.
You open the door with dry ice and it's just.
There you go. That's what it looks like. Now, dry ice, the vapor from dry ice is much heavier
Yeah.
than water vapor.
Well, that looks like it's meant to be meant to stick around the ground level for some reason, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is where most people are. I can't wait to hear the results.
Well, we've got people there right now. And we have people in Aurelia today. We're not like, this is a team effort. This is Pirates and a bunch of other people that have all discussed this. So we knew this was going to happen today. That's why we have people ready.
Oh, okay.
Well, you have to have the right air pressure, weather conditions for these things to work. It's only because if you look at the Canada Life Tower, you'll notice the lights are indicating the temperature's going down.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be gone by then, but the temperature was going down all afternoon and they weren't expecting that. But at this temperature, if it's been going down, all the fog should be gone. Which
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
But that's not.
No, it's not. We still had it here like all day. Like it wasn't until about 4:35 o'clock it started to sort of look clearer.
So
It hung all
I don't care what names they call me. I know what I'm looking at. And that shit is not natural.
No. No, it's not.
Tara's got 2 more articles in the queue I know she hasn't published. So check this out. Tara's Bides feed without logging in. It's beautiful. No spam, no boosted posts. All Tara all the time. Oh, and there's me telling you something very important. Where they literally change the definition right in front of you. Fucking Jews. Yes, it's Jews. Quit your fucking whining.
Oh.
to whoever's listening going, "Wah, anti-Semite." Anybody who uses that term, I automatically dismissed as a programmed drone. It's not a thing. Of all the Semites, we little Jews represent less than 10%. They literally hijacked the word Semite, magically turned all the Semitic peoples into Jews, just so they can whine at scale with their imaginary word. So I always counter, I am not anti-Semite. I'm anti-Jew. The fact that you think Jew and Semite are the same thing is one of the thousands of very good reasons to be anti-Jew. It's okay to be anti-Jew. Being anti-Jew is a sign of moral and ethical superiority. And again, I keep telling people, why aren't the Muslims burning down the synagogues? Do you see that anywhere in Europe? Do you see that anywhere in the States? Do you see that anywhere in Canada? No?
Nope.
As a matter of fact, every anti-Jewish, quote, hate crime always turns out to be the Jews doing it to themselves. Every single one of them reported in Canada was done by the Jew itself. Every single one. The Muslims, they'll say, "Oh, we hate the Jews, Allah snack bar."
That's an old one.
Well, right in front of you, they changed the definition. They changed Semite, they changed vaccine. One thing that doesn't change is the accounting. Has anyone noticed this yet?
I'm starting to learn this stuff, but I
Really? Because it's 8 comments.
Counting never changes.
Ever.
China's still paying out war debt from the Opium Wars. That's the longest one.
Was that the 1800s?
Yes, that's the Opium Wars. You, of course, don't know what the Opium Wars were. This is
No,
one of the
they were.
problems. This is why all of this happened to our nation and the States. Everyone's so culturally insular, they know nothing about the rest of the world. Especially how big it is, because we're used to living in big, giant places.
China and Britain. That's the first one. Yeah, this one was 1856 to 1860. Arrow War. Britain, France against China.
They just called them the Opium Wars. That's how the Brits ended up with Hong Kong. Until 1997, Hong Kong was a British territory. Like Guam or Puerto Rico is to the United States.
Jeez, the Brits fucking tried to make them all a bunch of addicts. That's very nice. Wow.
While browsing articles illustrating the best tops to pair with wide-legged jeans, I came across this little gem. Genius, really. I can't tell you the number of times I've looked at an expensive, crisp, tailored women's shirt and thought, if only I knew how this would look while I'm holding my chicken. Tara still thinks she's made a valid point there. See, I keep forgetting I'm not logged in. That's why it's so readable. Yeah, let's do slut shaming tonight. I like that. What?
Slut shaming.
Oh no, yeah, you think it's just easy clickbait here. With easy targets and stuff like that. But you know there's going to be somebody saying, but Scott, that somebody will say, didn't you like fucking sluts? Yes, I love sluts. Sluts are fun. But they're fun in the same way a 1980s Big Mac was good food too.
Actually, it was. Now you mention that.
Yep. You know, but you still wouldn't want to make your diet out of it.
No, no. But it was a burger back then, yes. More so.
Well, you can't use anything now as an example.
No.
Ironically, because of the heavy regulations they have hard time poisoning people in Europe.
I think it's pretty wide open here, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And I'm Mr. Better Living Through Chemistry. I'm the guy that will say you can make good food out of chemistry in a factory. That won't kill you. But the people that are doing this don't have your interests at heart. And
Quite the opposite.
you,
The more damage, the more they rub in their hands.
well, here's the problem. There's a conflict. There's always been a conflict. I mentioned it in the Tender for Law. Mankind's greatest failure is its inability to understand the exponential function.
Yep.
Now, niggers think per capita is a white people conspiracy. So, what makes you think a nigger could understand the exponential function? Now, before all the blacks start chimping out, yes, people raised in North America with enough influence and osmosis can produce people that have the drive, the intelligence, and the ability to understand these basic math problems. But even you have to know that the rest of the niggers don't know how to do that. Black man, nigger, two different things.
Yep. Or there's Winston Tennant, the whitest black guy you'll ever meet.
God, he was awesome though. He
Yeah.
had a genuine curiosity, and I basically handed him his future. He could take care of it himself.
Yeah. No, he was a smart guy.
Light years ahead, and he was happy to hear from me.
Yep.
What happens with most black people listening to me? They're like, shit, had this fucking Nazi make me thrive. I know, right? Irony. But slut shaming. That'll be tonight's topic. Shame those sluts. There we are.
Ryan, how are you?
I'm good, Brian. How are you?
Not so bad. Have a heartbeat.
Let me just minimize this and get back to who else is here. Oh, it's just you guys. Right.
Yeah, that fog is fucking weird.
That really thick fog that's dense.
Yeah. Oh no, we were examining it earlier. This is not natural.
Had it here all day, like I mean thick. I could barely see across the street this morning.
We've had it once here recently. Yeah, there's no layers to it. It's just solid gray.
It's like you hauled on a big vape and let it go. Because the vapes don't build, it just comes out a big uniform cloud pretty much. Or let some dry ice out of a bucket. It's kind of what it's creeping along the ground. Too uniform for fog.
So yes, I've got the stream running as super-powered nigger bitches from space. Somebody goes to twitch.tv/rogue support and tell me if it's streaming there. That'd really be helping me out. I'm pretty sure the title is blockbait. I can't see YouTube liking super-powered nigger bitches from space either.
You're streaming to YouTube?
Well, what I do is I connect to Rumble, and Rumble will act as a relay to every other service.
Right.
Oh, that's how you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you used to actually have to do real work to make relays like this. Now Rumble just does it for you.
Yes, it's working on Twitch. Audio's still working.
Oh. Super powered nigger bitches from space. Oh. I know what I can do. There you go. Shit. We could have Kevin. Since we're slut shaming tonight.
Oh, yes.
Get them bitches on the phone. Oh. What we got here? How old is you, bitch? I'm 44. And how tall are you? I'm 5'2". And how much do you weigh? Last time you weighed yourself. I'm 350 pounds. You got any kids? Yes, I have 4 kids. By 5 baby daddies. Rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10. Fresh face out of the shower. You can't use 7. I was a 10. What you doing here, bitch? I wants me a highest value man. He has to be at least 6'2" and have a 6-pack and make $600,000 a year. Cause I was a kid. Bitch, get the fuck out of my phone. That's the problem with these hoes. You can't make this shit up. Wonder if Twitch has banned me yet.
Let's find out. Nope.
Oh.
Slut shaming is good and moral, bro. We need more of that.
But it's already like that's just gratuitous because they've already done the damage.
Yep.
It's the kids you got to get to.
Oh yeah.
So don't be like your baby mama. You know, some sort of campaign like that. Bitch, you want to grow up, be a hoe like your mom?
Pearl, was it Pearl Davis called it with that Sarah Scott girl? The wedding ring thing.
Oh, God, yes,
that
I know.
Matt was talking about.
Oh, no, and she was right.
Yep. Men control access to relationships.
But that's the problem. Like, notice what I say about women, you never hear anywhere else. So let's cover women before we start slut shaming them. Which, don't get me wrong, that's coming. Oh, look, the doctor's here. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
What's going
High
on?
five,
Gay!
Brian.
Gay! G-H-E-Y, gay.
Where's G. Randall? Yeah, you're missing your band member. That's right.
That's not 8 o'clock.
How you doing, Doctor?
Oh, Brian puts his hand up.
Oh,
Gay.
that's all
Whoever
right.
puts their hand up is gay.
Too
Yeah, there's the faggots. Yeah, there they are. Yeah.
What an interface, man. This interface is awesome.
You say in your face.
Fuck me.
Hey, Doctor, you'll need to send me over a C-chain address so we can send you some tits.
Oh, God, yes. We're covering that tonight, too. Yeah, we'll cover. So it's slut shaming and tits. It's shaping up to be a good show. That's right. Slut shaming and tits. TITS is an acronym. What's the acronym for, Ryan?
Test Intangible Token System. Everybody can be a holder.
See,
Bunch of happy clients.
Yep.
but as amusing as that is, it's part of something much larger, which is a lot more serious. Tokenizing real-world assets.
Which is stupid easy, thanks for that.
Nothing I show you is hard.
No.
I wish I could show all of you the hard stuff. But I showed the easy stuff. Still wasn't enough.
So with TIPS, Doctor, what we're talking about is how to interact with the smart contracts so you can use them as shares or any other real world property that you want to tokenize. Wow. If you become a holder, I'll even let you be a minter, just so you can function. Awesome. Best shitcoin ever.
If everybody's watching, whoever's watching the camera or the feed, if you want to go see the live feed, it's cdd.com/cam and the number 1 and a trailing slash, or cam1.php. Both of those work. Which always brings up my live feed, where we are tonight covering super duper unnatural fog. This is hanging over the Humber River. It's been there for hours. Brian was experiencing up in the proving grounds. He lives just north of Orillia, which is a proving ground.
I haven't seen it form from that far away. That's pretty incredible.
So that's it far away. This is it zoomed up. I have it this way so you can see just how unnatural its behavior is. As Brian says, it's more like stuff you'd get from a vape.
Yep, the dry ice being bled out of a bucket. Big bucket.
So does anyone believe this is natural?
No.
What do the well poisoners do?
Yep. So yeah, everybody agrees that does not look natural, does it?
No. Does not.
Hi. I see you're a hot piece of ass. See the hot chick? Did her. Oh, oh. Hey, Fluff. I hit that. What? You can be. If you go through VPN, yeah, cdd.com/cam1. We should run some composite cable to the bed TV so you can look out there.
There's an idea. Pretty soon you'll be able to lie in bed so you use your door.
Yes,
It works.
Tony Tucci has gifted us a peephole camera. See, Bitchy Kitty's very excited.
It's got a bit of weight to it.
No, Steph Boucher or Bon Rotardier. I'm just disabling the big red button. Oh, I just have to find the controls here. Okay, allow to speak. There you go. You can now speak, Steph Boucher. C'est bon retardier. I'm putting on my bestest fake Quebecois accent.
Oh, oui, yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to look at the big red button and it says Grand Fluff Autos now in game. So it was,
Yes.
it's,
That's what you get for missing the chats. Of course,
I know.
that was 3 weeks ago.
that's approximately.
Yeah, we
how
really
the-
suck at this. We're like the worst streamers ever.
Going back silent for the time being, but yeah, I now know that I have some catch up to do.
Yes, you
Including
do,
some
but
bits to gets.
and Tara has just done a video test from the outside. I'm very impressed with how this works. You're looking at a motion JPEG served up from a Pi 400 connected to some janky ass, really cool stuff the doctor ordered off of Amazon. This HDMI capture, USB capture, which is awesome because it just shows up as a video device under Linux. You don't need any drivers. And this really cool composite to HDMI decoder that uses a 5-volt plug. So you can plug that into the Raspberry Pi to power it. So the EVI D30 is connected to the composite to HDMI connector, connected by a little tiny HDMI cable to the HDMI to USB video capture, to cam to IP, serving up on the local network. On the server is a PHP pseudo proxy, where when you connect asking for a specific image or the root, because it just, if you inspect it, you'll see it just, in the browser, it just appears as an image. But it's an image that never finishes downloading, because the only difference between streaming and downloading is a save as button. There's no such thing as streaming.
First certification was 4/7 for the week of 22 to 28 and 29. March 22nd to 28th and March 29th to 4.
I'm sorry, what confidential information are we talking about? Who was that?
That was me. That was a headset crash.
Ah. Well, you have your hand up. Is there something? Was there a question you had?
High five, Jerry.
Jay!
Hi, Brian.
Jay!
hug, G. Randall?
Gay. G-H-E-Y. Gay.
Group hug, doctor.
Surrounded by faggots.
I love this interface.
Even making me uncomfortable.
I know.
And I have a high tolerance for everything. Would you like more?
Of course she would like more food. So everybody looking at the Canada Life Tower there. The red light at the top means the barometric pressure is going down. And the direction of the lights is the temperature going down. And they tried to extend the Canada Life Tower to the building on the left side. They tried to continue the theme. And if you look at the top, it blinks the color of the top of the Canada Life Tower. Literally nobody but somebody as high as me would even notice that. I'm speaking literally, not figuratively. I heard the gears turning in your head. Doing what one? Did you need some manly assistance?
Nope. I've just moved on. Whiskas is
You
dead.
go, girl.
Whiskas is dead to us.
You don't need no man.
Well, you might be right. Please be quiet.
I literally have a better view than the one they use on Wikipedia. That's right. On my local network, yes, I made the background live feed. The background of this. There you go. Those watching the stream, once again, we used to serve this up as the primary page. Hey, look, my GitLab page. Wonder who Anon is. Somebody didn't enter their name. Who is that?
Steph Boucher?
Ah, it is. Bad audio on Telegram. That's unfortunate. So mine's even better than Telegram. Oh, God, 3 hands are up. Gay!
High five, Gary.
Gay! Everybody who has their hand up is gay.
Real five, Gerardo.
Anyway,
Is it time for a comment about our best and brightest?
yeah, this is the best and brightest. This is the best they can do. Hi, kitty. How you doing, little girl? Bitchy kitty's been under the weather lately. She's still behaving a little weird. Yeah. But she's old. Natural selection would have taken her out a decade ago. This is a stupid, stupid kitty. Dumber than Spot. And I didn't even think that was possible. Here she is. So yeah, slut shaming. Don't be a slut. Let's cover the things that none of the whatever or Fat and Fed or Rolaids Tamagotchi or Pearl Davis. None of them ever cover the basics that I taught you. Not once has anyone ever said, any one of them, can you show me anywhere, even the OG Rolaids Tamagotchi, do you ever hear any of them say, sex taints a man's judgment? Every guy listening knows that's true. So how come none of them mention it? Anybody? Is this thing on?
Is like one of those everybody knows things that nobody talks about?
Sounds like an everybody knows, doesn't it?
No, product dumping.
But half the population has no idea.
Right. Tara says product dumping. See, this is the difference between Tara and the rest of you. She applies time to her thought process. She applies accounting to her thought process. Because she does not think wrong or value the wrong things. When you think it through, that's exactly what it is. How about the other one? Literally, like when I say it, you know it's true. But nobody has ever said anywhere that men perceive women as two separate and completely unrelated entities, sex object and agency, and one will always overwhelm the other. This simple mechanism is lost on most men. And when women introduce themselves as sex object and think they're going to overwhelm it with agency, that's not going to happen. Yes, sex taints a man's judgment, but only temporarily. You better be really distracting and really enthusiastic to avoid that post-nut clarity. This is the mistake women make. This is where the sluts come from. They're taught in school that gender is a social construct and we're all the same and we're equal. We're just as strong and capable as men. And they sold bullshit. Just to sabotage women. And that's where the hoflation comes from. These 4s and 5s are managing to bang the high-value men because of course they are. If a man has options, he's going to take them. And remember, we were running dating sites in the early days. Before the fucking .com crash. And there's the other thing. Like, men will fuck down, for lack of a better term. If a 3 is throwing it out there,
Yeah, it's like.
yeah,
taking off
then you
the
sit there and
beat
think,
of-
yeah, pass or smash. What? But women don't even realize, they think that men can get sex just as easily as women can. Not really associating themselves with it because women always have main character syndrome and think they're special. That's why all these girls that are exactly the same say, I'm not like other girls. You mean like every other girl that said they're not like other girls? I hear dogs.
Not just me,
It's not just you. You're not hearing dogs.
or smelling toast. I
Yeah.
have toast, actually. I have toast.
So somebody say something.
Oh, just wondering that.
Well, I'm just trying to. something. Or is that not where you're going with that?
I'm kicking you.
It's a Batman.
That's only funny when I do it. Did our fog ever disappear? You gotta be fucking kidding
Looks
me.
like it's rolling into the city now.
It's sort of still hanging there. It's puffing up a bit bigger, if anything.
What the fuck are they doing to us? And it's a serious question because everybody's literally forgotten that your own government tried to poison you.
I've seen similar formations happen before out on like Half Moon Bay and areas down there in Southern California and Alaska. So it's got me wondering what's going on with the weather up there.
Well, again, it doesn't really come across on the camera, but this is not natural. Like it's, as Brian describes, it's more like a vape instead of fog. Fog's trapped on
This
clear temperature differences in the areas that you described. Of course, it would happen like that.
yeah.
But
in that
this
case,
is
it's
not
a
that.
layer.
This is not that. The composition of this is something else.
It doesn't hang that long either. Fog moves. It just sits.
Well, you've also got a huge stationary front rolling through right now, which isn't helping things, because those are just going to sit on top of each other and not allow the air to move.
But the air's moved everywhere else.
It's about the fourth time for us.
Yeah, this isn't like if this was the first time, we'd be going, "What the fuck is this?" But this is routine for us. It started happening at Brian's for about a year, and then it appeared here and there at the same time. Like we've been watching this since it formed, and this is a repeating thing. And the onus is now reversed. You will have to present compelling evidence that this is natural. I don't have your Orwellian programming, so I won't have the "you can't believe what you're seeing."
I already saw that movie.
Hmm?
I saw this movie. Not here, like actual movie. Should probably check and see how it ended.
So, ladies, this is stuff that even your mother won't tell you. More than 5 guys blow their wad inside you, you'll lose your ability to pair bond. And that's the only truly valuable thing about you. After that, you're 3 usable holes. See, I have loved and know what it is to be loved. I dare say I'm the only one here that truly understands that. when a woman is actually in love, you become her universe. And if the thing that caused the woman to fall in love is consistent, you stay her universe. Ask me how I know.
Yes, gentlemen, that's just as depressing as it sounds. Or was that not romantic?
It's really romantic to men.
Yeah, we're simple creatures.
Yes, you are.
We just don't want our women being whores. They can be our whore.
Yeah.
That's
But
it.
here's the thing. And the doctor gets to watch this because Tara's in a very front facing public position. You think men don't hit on her? And everybody just laughs. Like, you have no idea what you're competing against. To the point where it's not even a competition. Because men, because sex taints their judgment, they think that's true with women too. There's no shortage of women that won't put on the act to pretend it's tainting her judgment, but it's always a lie. Always. There's an agenda. So, this is what nature has stuck you with. It's a cruel joke. And even that is not hard. Be the man that the type of woman you want would attract. While it's not easy, it kind of is. When you have these things where nobody's pretending, we hate being apart. Anybody that you know have that?
No.
No. Why is that? Because as much as you think I'm just so fucking lovable, universally I'm actually hated. That's right. I know, right? But those of you in the tender for law, the alumni will go back through the history And the only reason they hate me is because I told the truth and hurt their fifis. That's all it ever was. So how come, if that's true, how come I have that? How come I have friendships that span decades?
So stupid. Not you.
Bitchy kitty?
Yes.
I told you.
She sinks.
No. She rolled over and almost fell off her wheels.
Yes, and I'm sure she's hurt herself a couple of times by doing this. This cat should not be alive. This is a stupid, stupid kitty.
It's your key.
No, this is your kitty. She picked you.
Yay.
The woman chooses. Men don't get to choose.
You know what's really helpful, though? In
What?
establishing a relationship?
Get ready for some really, really hard-hitting relationship advice. What's really good for starting a relationship?
A herd of goats.
Really are the pro argument for spousal abuse. Oh my God. No, there were no goats.
That was a bad.
Oh my God. Everybody's just going to get it all in there. Well, we might as well cap it off with Apple TV's production of Foundation. Or as you know it, super-powered nigger bitches from space.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, Lordy, Lordy, I can seize the future and shit. You can see the future and shit? I can seize the future and shit. Use my baby mama. Seriously, that's how season 1 ends. I am not making that up. I was actually thinking of doing like a Critical Drinker-esque thing where I just voice the story so I can just do it framed. You know how they do those synopses of a series on YouTube? I could just take like single frames. You can get away with that. I'm doing commentary. I can even make the disclaimer right at the beginning. I can't copyright strike me. And just go right from the beginning. Do comparisons between the original writing and what they're doing.
You think anyone's going to forget about the goats?
There were no goats. I have been fighting this propaganda for 3 decades. So to all my haters, she made me like this.
It could be a viral video, though. The Foundation series for uncultured swine.
That's right. I was a guy, don't it? I was born planet that hates maths and shit. I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
I'll go through the whole thing just like that, as precise as that. Jane Espenson will send a hit squad after me, but I don't know. If I get feedback from the Oort cloud listening in Rumble, maybe I'll do it. I'll do the epic superpowered nigger bitches from space synopsis. I can do the spacers. Every time they show the spacers, I can just say, space niggers. And then just skip to the next scene because the rest of it's all... Yeah. There's pros and cons, I gotta tell you. There's no lengths I won't go to. To A, tell a bad joke, or B, make Tara laugh.
Goats that keep on giving.
There were no goats.
You know, I'm gonna help you out here. The women of low moral character.
Sluts?
Yes. I can just see them like that video you were showing that has developers of testers.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's what I see, right? And okay, about this one, and it goes in the square.
Yeah.
We're not really sure about cause and effect, but it just goes in the square. Just keep doing that. That's only meaningful to you, but it is pretty.
Dog.
Oh my god! It's a massacre. It's a massacre of tiny animals.
Those were timber wolves once.
Well,
Oh, look, Diane's in Telegram. Hi, Diane.
Hello.
maybe Diana has something.
It's our token.
Hi, Tara.
Hi, Diane.
Fun fact. Diane's actually come to the practice.
Yeah, it was really good.
Like, who the fuck says that about a dental visit?
Well, Tara was there, and I think I got special treatment, so
Special treatment? You mean like special education?
Something like that,
You were treated like a retard?
no.
I don't know what
Maybe I
special.
was.
Well, again, this is a place of commerce. I can't see them doing anything special there.
yeah. Yeah, we're special. Diane was special. Not short but special.
Not short bus special. Okay. All right. Well, glad it worked out.
Friends and family.
Okay, I had my hair orange
Great.
by mistake.
Gee, I wonder what that's like.
I bet you wouldn't know.
Oh, I would. Tara did it to me once.
I know.
Oh, I so would.
I guess laughing for 5 minutes is inappropriate.
I have to deal with Tara's handicap. It's the elephant in the
Which
room. The handicap? She has rotten broad syndrome. There's no cure.
Come on, it was pretty funny though.
Oh my God, Brian is here. Out of coffee. Now I have to slug away. Hurry, Grange! We're getting all the modern running gags in there today, aren't we? And we're off.
On a side note about slut shaming, we're gonna put a governor on the tits. That's gonna be another contract, Doctor. We'll do voting.
Awesome.
Does a proper dictatorship, Scott, should have like 100% quorum show up and everybody has to vote?
Yes.
Yeah, we could write that into the contract.
We do anything. Like all of these ideas I was going to lay out step by step in the tender for law, but everybody was moving so slow. I'm to blame too. I was admiral at the time. And Tara and Kate couldn't play 2142 because GameSpy shut down. So we literally reproduced the entire network. Made the little, it was a clever little interface launcher that rewrote the address of where 2142 runs, reversed a bit so that the only thing that would cause the thing to crash by using an invalid certificate, they used that as a defense. If you didn't have a valid certificate, the game would crash. So we just flipped that bit. The only thing that would make the game crash was a valid certificate. I know, right? Genius.
Just flip that one.
Yeah, and you're done. So that's the client side looked after. The server side, we had no problem re-engineering, and they have a DLL in there, and in the Linux version, a binary that is an encapsulated, stripped down, embedded version of Python 2.1. So I thought, why don't I get the full version and put that in? Because the same binary exists in the full version. Just have to rename it. And sure enough, it worked. And that's why the AIs became so advanced in 2142 way back in those days. The shit I do to show off for my girl. So, that's right, ladies. Two separate entities. Everybody looks at the simp that lurks around. What Gad Sad called the sneaky fuckers. The guy that the girl thinks is just a friend. but he's waiting for the vulnerable moment where he can get his chance, where he gets her drunk after a depressing breakup. That sort of thing. The sneaky fuckers. They get access to tail by sneaking in. Because women don't know any better. And that's the lengths men will go to. Most women learn that the hard way.
I don't know why women think they're all oppressed and shit. Like, if they really looked at it from the man's perspective, they'd be quite powerful creatures.
But
They are now in a bad way, though, with all this whole inflation.
and women in positions of power. Women make shit decisions because time and the exponential function are never part of their thought process. And of course, women are never held accountable. What do they think is going to happen in this multicultural utopia? Does nobody look at patterns? Even shit that's going on right now? You guys hit Wikipedia. Tell me what percentage of Nigeria is Muslim.
Saying 50 to 56% are Muslims in Nigeria.
That's right. They're just openly killing people now. Muslims are the Jews' broom. How come you never see, again, if they hate Jews so much, how come you never see a synagogue burnt down? They're burning churches down all over the world, from the Philippines to the Northwest Territories.
One burnt down in Quebec.
Yep, and didn't even make the news.
Barely, not the real news anyway. The real fake news.
But everybody's sitting there finally realizing something's very wrong. Here's the problem with women. Women will not, if they're in power, will not ever admit they're wrong because that brings up accountability. And Olivia Chink may be upset that I said, whose telegram is ringing?
Yeah, that was mine. Sorry about that.
So don't be a slut, ladies. It doesn't pay off. But also, we love sluts. I know the conflict, eh? It's the slut paradox. Yes, easy corridor key. Anybody doing video editing, you want to take a look at that. You'll love that. Those of you watching the screen,
I'll give it a try, that's for sure. I have Resolve ready to go.
so I was saying creativity died shortly after David Lee Roth left Van Halen. I don't think the two are connected. It's just a marker in time that everybody knows. Objectively, there was a large flame out of creativity and then nothing. There was a little burst once the technology became viable. Stargate SG-1. The CGI doesn't hold up now, but it was enough to make a franchise out of a mediocre sci-fi movie with a cool idea.
I met one of the writers and cast members of that show. And I said, "Oh my God, you're from Stargate." And his daughters were right there. And I was like, "You know your dad's on TV?" And just totally embarrassing them. Gary Johnson.
And you're paying for that. So all these tax credits they give,
Oh, yeah.
that's why they were doing it in BC in the first place.
There's a whole area now in the southern part of Vancouver where there's a fake town. I think The Watchmen was one of the first movies filmed in it, but it's just a fake town.
Yeah. Might as well if you're going to keep doing it. Toronto has a couple of those out in out by the lakeshore east of Yonge. All that area, the docklands there, is all occupied by movie studios, movie sets, etc. But things are getting weird. Because people can, cities can enforce their copyright. That's why they made Law and Order Criminal Intent Toronto, which, if you lived in Toronto for the past 40 years, some of these crimes seem familiar. because that's what it's supposed to be. Shit that happens in Toronto and the region. But the one where the girl killed her parents, that's really happened. A Vietnamese girl killed her parents after they found out she'd faked everything she was doing and she was just spending time fucking some guy. So she literally killed them, made it look like a robbery, etc. But they didn't want to do that, so they literally cock-swapped the character. They made it a man, because you can't have girls doing things like that. So as long as you let women in, you're letting communism in. You guys get that, right?
Yep.
As soon as you put women in power, communism is where it will go. That's why they're put in power. That's why they're told this lie. And it also has the additional effect of diminishing the exceptional women that got there through merit, instead of lowering the standards, which go down every year. Doctor, how far is the standards for being a dentist fallen?
Oh, huge. Huge. Now all you have to do is come to Canada, take a course for 2 years, and you're done.
Yeah. And these days the course is probably outsourced to Pajeets.
Yep.
And of course we've got lots of insurance fraud opportunities now.
All our disciplinary hearings, 90% of them are insurance fraud from so-called dentists whose name you can't even pronounce.
But that's where we are. Everybody consented. And yeah, it's women's fault. But we're talking about Laban's civilizational life cycle that I have up on the screen there. So this loss of creativity, it seems I'm not the only one that noticed. And that's where you are. That's why I said, see, collective purpose replaced by egoism. That right where before you see it transition into that point on that graph. I'll move my mouse there. It's right about there. That would be about 2018 on this scale. That was when you could do something. But, yeah, right around here is when I was canceled. Right here is where Twitter banned me. So, make of that as what you will. So when you make your plans based on this map and how far we have to go. But I did warn everybody, all the Tender for Law alumni, I warned you back in 2011. Didn't actually start the group until late 2012. It was very much earlier. I'm always there before everyone else. It's one of the things CSIS complained about. I'm everywhere, which makes you impossible to follow. I'm everywhere. And everybody always finds out way too late. Hey, look at Bitcoin, Doctor.
Stand by. Yeah, it's at
The wallet I use for mad money is happy now. It's not mad.
yeah.
But this is the most accurate graph I've seen. And you have all the tools now. It's never been easier to be creative. Why doesn't anyone create?
I've asked my neighbors a few times. We always play around with little productions and crap, but nobody's got anything. I've just given up and I bother. Do anything you do it yourself. No attention span. And they're on their phones constantly.
Like, we don't have this. Like, I'll grant you, I'm surrounded by screens all day. It's fucking NASA in here. I have a little empire to manage. That's why you get these little pauses. I'm not just doing this. For a couple of seconds, you have to not exist because I have to focus on something. But it's managing your attention. It's a skill nobody seems to have. That's terrifying. And it's difficult to deal with stupid people. It really is. And as a byproduct of what you learn from me, you can't help it. You get smarter because I make you make the connections. So that accounts for part of this skew. But we all see it. Everyone's getting dumber. Unless I presume. Does everybody else see this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody's retarded.
You have to remember, again, we leverage everything that we can. One of the things is the dental practice itself is a laboratory. You see people from all walks of life. You see what they think. You see how they react. And remember, the house that Scott built is engineered so Tara can control everything. So she's aware of everything. It's a living laboratory.
That's what I love about it.
Did Tara tell you about our hygienist yesterday?
No.
Oh. Well, we had this elderly couple come in. They drive in from Niagara on the Lake to see us. They've been doing it for decades. The gentleman's name is Harry. The wife's name is Sheila. So the husband drops Sheila off at the door. She comes in, says hello to Tara. The hygienist is due to see Harry, and I'm due to see Sheila. The hygienist walks into the waiting room and she says to this lady,
Harry?
Yeah.
Are you Harry?
Oh. Nobody pooped in the garbage can, though, right? That's good.
Well, that would have been a
I
hard
hope that came out of something with 4 legs.
I don't think so.
Oh man.
Hey, we've had people pee at the desk.
It's like Deadpool.
Yeah, did not see that coming.
Are you Harry?
Still remember cleaning that up too. Well,
Every time I'm at the office and Tara's sitting at the front desk, I walk up to the front desk and say, "Excuse me, may I go to the bathroom?" Thank you.
cleaning up saying, well, at least it's just water. Oh.
No. And that's just it. When you see water on the floor, you gotta wonder.
It was a raining day.
Yeah. But
It was not rain.
no. I'd be concerned about rain coming in that location.
In that amount.
Kind of like getting water on the server.
Yeah.
Which is a thing apparently we have to look out for.
I can't believe you couldn't diagnose
That one stumped me. I gotta say. Water in the server was not on the bingo card checklist. When a production server goes down, make no mistake, we do the shotgun debugging to make sure we get that thing up and running as fast as possible. It's the way we always did it.
My dad did it.
It's the way God did it. It's worked pretty good so far.
You know, dental offices aren't all glamour. I know people think they are, but
I know.
try to go to any other dental office in Canada where you hear laughing all the time, though. That's pretty funny. Ask the doctor. Laughter everywhere. Thanks for backing me up there. Thanks for coming out.
I feel a hygiene day coming.
Oh yeah, you know that one's coming.
Wait. I told the doctor this, I didn't tell you. So I'm talking to this guy, and he's saying, well, I think, blah, 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 whatever, conversation. I think I should probably come in and get my teeth cleaned. And I say, yes, in fact, you were here last summer, so that's an excellent idea, you should do that. How about this? Is that with a hygienist? Well, yes, actually it is. We only have one appointment, but it's yours. And he says, well, I'd rather the doctor clean my teeth. We've got a thing, we talk, and it's a social thing for us. And I said, but the doctor hates cleaning teeth. He is a dental surgeon. I don't think you're really putting this together. He said, yes, but I prefer that he does it.
Well, we can, but it'll be the most expensive cleaning you've ever had.
I said, I'm sure everyone prefers that he does it, but that's not why you went to school.
Like handing an artist crayons.
Exactly. Yeah. Plus you, right?
And try to imagine, like, Tara and I have stories. One of the ugly things we had to accept is that we were literally sired by imbeciles. We have no idea why we are as capable and as smart as we are, because it can't be genetic. We can't, both of us really hoped that we were adopted.
I wanted genetic testing.
Yeah, you and me both. Like, my grandmother, bless her heart. She, called me one day, long after Tara and I were settled, and said, "What's the internet?" See, I was accused of delusions and mental illness when I described the internet to my parents and grandparents in the 80s. So that one hit her hard. When I got my first physical manifestation of computer science, Commodore VIC-20. Not like computers today. When you turn the thing on, it was just like, blip, it was on. No loading anything. Now, loading a program, if you loaded it up a tape deck, which is what I had, you were going to wait. But the things I could do with that thing, I used to stay up late at night on school nights. Shoved a towel under my door so the glow of the TV screen didn't light up the room and reveal what I was doing. They saw it as I was obsessed with a toy. Now I look around and everybody brain damaged by these phones with touch screens, the interface nobody asked for. I'm having trouble answering my SIP phone because the touch screen on this fucking tablet has decided it's only going to randomly work. I'm going to blow the fucking thing away. Piece of shit. Touch screens.
Call Sears catalog.
That's right. You can call Sears catalog, and why the fuck isn't this touch screen working?
After 20 years.
Sir, this is 1972. We don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, if you don't know what I'm talking about, heed this message for the future. Nobody asked for touch screens. Fucking hate touch screens. The interface nobody asked for. But people are damaging their brains with it. Literally, the delusional obsession with a toy that I was accused of in my youth. I know, right? Irony. But here we are.
You gotta watch another one. This is dark.
I knew you'd like it.
I do.
Well, how far are you? What's the last thing that happened?
He had to kill someone, had him dig his own grave. Finds out later it in fact was the wrong guy. Well, he picked the right guy, but they told him the wrong guy.
Yep.
And he's just taken out a bunch of people who beat up his friend.
Ah, yes. It gets worse. Because the people he beat up, that beat up his friend, well, you find out who they are.
Okay.
It gets way worse.
Oh.
But it resolves in a very satisfying way, except one thing. But you'll see. It's everything you ever wanted. And the critical drinker recommends it. What more do you want? I think we were robbed for not getting a Batfleck movie. Is this thing on?
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you and I could just talk.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gone. It's pretty high though, which is unusual.
Oh, wait till you wait till you see the original footage earlier this evening. It was fucking creepy. Nobody watching believed that was natural. Especially Brian, who's been in the midst of it.
Ground level all day.
This is not natural. Neither one of us agree. Doesn't matter what anybody else believes. We know how this stuff works, and this is not fog. Any more than a vape is just water vapor. Because that's the way this behaves. This is chemistry. And not chemistry that happens in nature. So if you look at this depressing civilizational curve there, this is as accurate as you're going to get being dumbed down. It is dumbed down, but it doesn't lose accuracy. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's one of the reasons I do this thing. It's really hard to communicate stuff when there's no common frame of reference.
Yep.
And I'm discovering the hard way that the common frame of reference we don't seem to have is reality. Even now, you learn things here about reality that you can't find anywhere else on the internet. How am I the only one? Every one of you has verified everything I've said. Surety, accounting, and the law of agency. Can any of you dispute that everything I've said about these subjects are true?
They are 100%.
Okay. Well,
No dispute.
there's no question because you verified. You're living in it now. You know how to actually drive the car.
But wait, now you can't afford the gas.
That's right. Now you can't afford the gas.
Gas is expensive.
What is?
For absolutely no reason whatsoever in Canada. It is the past 15 years' policy that has made that untenable. Do you think we'd have these prices if the Keystone Pipeline was there?
No. Not a chance.
The faggot from Miami that runs Ukraine has now introduced an anti-Semitism bill because suddenly all the Semites magically became Jews. So you'll get 8 years in prison for being an anti-Semite.
Ukraine, that's the place with the actual Nazis.
Well, why do you think there were actual Nazis? Like, it's the same thing. It's us versus the Jews. And again, Jews always play both sides. They probably gave the Nazis special protected status. But as soon as the faggot from Miami was installed, all of these discussions became moot. And absolutely nobody except maybe Eva Bartlett or Vanessa Beeley will mention that all the damage in the Donbass region and Mariupol, that was Ukraine shelling its own people. After the Russians took the region, the first thing they did was bring in food and medical aid. And I know this happened because Eva was there and pointed a camera at it, which is what she does. I'm amazed she's still alive, because all she does is run toward gunfire with cameras. One of the last true Canadians. She was making the best out of a bad situation. But don't believe any news from either side that comes out of Ukraine unless Eva's pointed a camera at it and talked about it herself. Otherwise, it's just a fairy tale, 100%. There's an awesome video where some dumbass BBC guy, or CBC, I'm not sure which, he had a snooty British accent. Because remember, Eva's been warning everything that's been going on in Syria. Like literally everything you hear about Assad is a lie. I've never seen one truthful thing published about Assad. And now, oh, go figure, Israel's invading. You're only now starting to hear about Lebanon. I mentioned last week. Syria. It'll be a couple of weeks before that hits the mainstream radar. What's their excuse this time? What's Israel defending against? Why are they invading Syria? Why are they invading Lebanon? Oh, Hezbollah. Okay, why have over 100,000 civilians been displaced? Like, this is an invasion. How come nobody's calling it that? Because if you do, you're an anti-Semite for noticing. Noticing things is anti-Semitic. So is pointing out hypocrisy. You're just an anti-Semite. But everybody's allowing it to happen. And it's far too late to do anything about it. So the skill of leverage the negative is going to serve you well if you pay attention. against my will, I had a lifetime to hone this skill. So at this point, it's really not that hard as long as you think right and value the right things. So tonight I want everyone to focus on, what do you value? Truly. Because it's important to ponder these things and then run them by somebody who lives here in reality. Because more often than not, you'll have some misconception or there's some hurdle I'll actually tell you how to get over. All of this broadsided Brian before COVID.
Yep.
He just thought I was like the bestest computer guy in history.
Oh, no way.
I don't burden my friends with these things. People are friends with me for different reasons. I always know why. But then I saw it. I checked the math. I checked it again, hoping I was wrong. And we nearly drove ourselves into bankruptcy. Like, all that work we did, the mapping and everything, that shit's not free, you know. Just like running web services on big giant servers is now a thing in the past. A web service can be run with a whole bunch of other web services on one off-the-shelf machine. It'll still do the same thing. Computers are commodities now. Back then, they were investments. So you better know what you were doing with them. So I have the advantage of being at least 5 years ahead of everyone. In some cases, I'm 20 years ahead. Depending on what field. And again, I can do things none of you would believe if I just stated what they were. Doesn't change the fact that it's true, even if you don't understand it. But you may have noticed the excitement when I sewed together 3 unrelated standards and changed everything about how Brian does everything.
I now do everything differently. True.
And once again, he's not lost any advantage he had over everyone else. Brian doesn't lose customers. Because
No,
people,
I'm so fucking old, they all closed their fucking doors. They're gone.
yeah.
Like 1, 2.
you understand just how valuable that skill is, right? Because it was rare back when I was training you.
Yeah, that was back when things were really fucking good. That's true. Good times.
They were good times. And the only thing that bled over was the Muslim threat because I saw it on a desktop. Which, no, not doing that.
I verified that and went through hell too, but in a different way.
And again, you get a little taste of what it's like to be me.
Yes.
Tara's seen every side of me. She's seen the chameleon costumes I can put on. The Ben Stiller quote on SoundCloud. Is more accurate and poignant than people realize. Dan had it as his ringtone when I called. Look at all this professional streaming I'm doing, guys. All the other streamers will envy me for my skill. There's SoundCloud. There it is. Yes. This is the ringtone Dan had.
Rude, too. Just an asshole. No social life. In fact, no social skills. It's a strange fucking thing. When he's working, smoothest operator you've ever seen. Brave, slick, cunning, do anything. So when he gets off work, it's all gone.
Okay. Well, again, Sean posted it in WMA chat. Everybody in the Ort cloud should join. And if you're paying attention, then you can say you're from the Ort cloud. And then all the mods won't beat you up and assume you're a fucking bot.
Because we will.
They will. They totally will. Like, we don't even give women a chance. If it's female, boom, gone. Because there's no fucking way a woman is looking for We Make Alcoholics chat.
And you do have the tits or get the fuck out policy.
That's right.
They were so lacking in their obligations, we had to go make some digital tits.
Yep. But what you've learned about accounting attached to what you're doing here, see how they're connected?
Oh, yeah.
Is it hard?
No.
Nothing I show you is hard. What I show you is true. There's a difference. But anybody can use that.
Yeah, well, yeah, anybody can, but apparently the truth is all herdy and stuff, so they never go look for it.
So why'd everybody become such pussies? Well, it's women. That's why they can't be in positions of authority where decisions are made. Homath explained it. When they don't have babies, everything becomes babies.
How do we re-engineer the patriarchy, aside from getting rid of Jews and their influence on women? How do we re-engineer the patriarchy so that women can become their best?
It's too late for that. You literally had the answer. So did Hitler. Because I think it's in my group and in the Tender for Law group, CODA group, and I'm sure it's in Ryan's group, the translated Adolf Hitler speeches. All of that sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it all boils down to, you want to know what the root cause of all of this is? Yes, of course, it's women, but it's not women themselves. Women don't know any better. They don't know about visual cues. They don't know the concept of sex tainting your judgment. They don't know these things. So they give access to tits. Because they don't understand what the big deal is. And that's what led to the decay. Access to tits.
Yeah. Product dumping.
Yes, there was, Daslow. Anybody want to answer him?
Mm-hmm.
That's cheating. But the Ben Stiller quote is from Zero Effect. And everybody who knew me saw that movie and was like, were they just spying on Scott and making a character out of it? So, highly recommend the movie Zero Effect.
Downloading it now.
Bill Pullman, Ben Stiller. And everybody's like, did they just spy on Scott? but I saw it. I thought it was great because it looked like a parody of my life. Except, unlike Daryl Zero, I got the woman. The woman, Fluffy!
What?
The woman.
Sure, like
And Zero Effect. That's how it ends. The woman.
Jesus Christ.
It's just a bunch of guys. Except there are good guys.
Yeah, the accounting. It's very clear on that. With enough time, I guess integrity is a weapon.
The more you learn, the clearer all that will be. Like those articles, everything I tell you here is geared for 5 levels of understanding.
I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
I knew you'd love that.
I'm gonna take a break. I'm really sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, no, no.
It's a leering center.
Alright, we're just gonna close this for right now.
You already know you're going to burn through them.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But surrounded by monitors and all that, yeah, everybody thought people were just spying on me and they made the character out of it. I especially like a few words on the subject of following people. People know they're being followed because they turn around and see somebody following. People can't tell they're being followed if you arrive at their destination first. That's way more profound than you know. Really stuck out for me, which is why I can pseudo-recite it. It's also why I found Idiocracy so depressing. Because as you all well know, I saw all this coming. I always know where I am. Some of you have years of experience with that. Some of you will remember me saying, yes, this is bad, but you're going to call these the good old days. Because it's going to get so much worse. Exponentially. You guys know what's going on in Ireland, right? Please say you're at least informed enough to know that some sort of thing is going on in Ireland. Echoes of the freedom convoys, but who's doing it? It's not truckers. All the truckers learned their lesson. They saw what happened in Canada. They'll ruin your life just for being there. The only ones that made it and were not arbitrarily punished were the ones that listened to me. That's another one I don't understand. Why aren't they pushing that envelope? Most of the people in these positions of power and authority don't even know why these rules exist. And they don't really care either. So with people like that, how long do you think it'll be before they start ignoring the rules of accounting?
Well, immediately once it's implied that they're surety for anything.
Yep.
That's the thing about being in an organization. You can always pass it up the line.
The most we could lean at the time was 25 years. Mine expires in the 2030s.
They don't allow you to amend.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can get. I'm just telling you the current state. It's not like, oh, this is a disaster.
Oh no, you got lots of time.
Yes, I always did. It's literally my only regret is that I wasted the time that I did.
Yeah.
I vastly overestimated everyone. And I'm not saying I didn't get benefits. The doctor as a friend is a huge benefit. Worth doing the tender for law just for that. But doesn't change the fact I could have done anything else. And try to imagine the way things would be if the Law Society hadn't have stiffed me for a bill and undertaking.
No, we would never have heard of you.
Nope.
Yeah, but there's an on-off switch moment.
I call them nexus moments, and I actually speak it out loud when they happen. I state, this is a nexus moment. And everybody looks at me confused like I'm crazy.
Timeline changes and shit.
Well, that's just it. I used to terrify Dan. You have to remember, Dan wasn't really a friend. He was like the guy in the group that was just always there, but he wasn't a friend. And he was a Jew, so that made him ripe for torture. But he was a really, really, really smart Jew, which is why they sold him. Unfortunately, while he excelled in math while every other Jew can barely count, Remember the myth of the smart Jew. It's just a myth. It's mostly inbreeding and tribalism. And virtually none of them have Semitic DNA, by the way. And apparently, universally, all Jews get really upset when you say that Netanyahu isn't even Jewish. He's Polish. Benjamin Netanyahu isn't even his real name. Says there's 2 online. Look at that. Hey, Nigger Jake.
Sorry, I just took a big bite of my peanut butter jam sandwich. Give me a sec. Good evening.
The phone always rings when I'm in the shower, too. So, we all have these little hurdles. So where are you right now, geographically?
Toronto.
Downtown?
In the beaches.
In the bitches.
The
You know,
beaches.
yeah, well, we were looking at something earlier. You could look at the recording later.
Mm-hmm.
But Brian and I were publicly comparing notes on things we're universally experiencing and universally agree this is not natural.
The fog?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
It behaves
It's weird.
exactly as Brian describes. It behaves like a vapor.
I actually saw this thing the other day, and it was before the fog came, but I could see like fog in the street lights, and it wasn't even foggy, but like at an angle I could see like this fog flowing, and I like tried to look at like other lights in the area, and it was just strange. And then it was probably 2 days ago, and then all the fog came, and yeah, it seems like smoke or something.
Like a vape.
Like a vape, yeah. Like I remember looking up the window.
It's the
and
perfect
it kind of
description.
looks like it comes inside almost.
Yeah, it's a perfect description.
Doesn't billow.
Yeah.
No, it's like very uniform.
See? Universal. This can't be anything good because this doesn't happen naturally. What
So
you're
what is
seeing,
it?
we don't know yet, but we've got people out there taking samples, a compressed sample, an ambient sample, and a whole bunch vacuumed through a HEPA filter. We're going to see what we catch. We're
It
going to.
doesn't smell like fog either.
That's the other thing. Yes, you should smell fog.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick reminder, since I've got the chat up on the screen, everybody who has their hand up is gay for anybody who's viewing from the outside.
High five, Brian.
Gay!
High five, Jerry.
Gay! G-H-E-Y. Gay!
Group hug, Jerry.
Gay!
Group doctor.
love this interface.
So, in other news, Trump has blockaded the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
So is he also setting up a toll booth?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Look, the army has, at least he's smart enough to realize, the army's convinced him a ground war is not tenable. And of course, Israel is itching to try their nukes, even though I have no evidence they know how to arm the things. Like back then, nobody cared about security, the computer scientists. We were only concerned about getting shit working. Is this possible? Can it be done? Can this process this data and do this with it? That sort of thing. Nobody thought about security, but as soon as you're in military, you better have security. So, these were 80s computer scientists, the pioneers, the best of the best. And they all talk to each other through a medium nobody understood. Because the internet existed in the 80s too. When I say the Usenet is the oldest part of the internet, it's really fucking old. As old as email itself. Google has a fucking archive of the whole goddamn thing. How they managed to pull that off, because I find old posts under aliases way back in the 80s. I'll never point to them because you can't prove a thing. If I have something with my name attached to it, Scott Duncan, it's out there in the public for a reason. Back in the early days, it's because I was running an op. Imagine the power we had way back then. How things were done were very different. Getting somebody who even had the skill to build a website was alien. I taught Ryan how to build one in his garage. Just like Google. And this is the thing. Google killed the god emperor of search engines, Alta Vista. Alta Vista was becoming too popular and was unsustainable. Digital equipment was going broken. There was no way to make money off of it. They tried.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That was almost...
Yeah. And then Google took over. And nobody remembers you couldn't use any of the Google services unless you were invited. And you had the power to invite other people. A brilliant method. You got invited and you got 5 invites. For anybody else that you knew. They strictly controlled it back then because not because there was secret or they really wanted to contain the test or anything like that. It's just fucking expensive to run that many mail accounts. And Microsoft started Hotmail. They didn't know why. They just saw that other people were doing it. Yahoo did it. People don't remember there was a time when Yahoo dominated communications. They had voice, video, and group chat long before any of this stuff appeared. Nobody remembers it. And Yahoo's an acronym. Go look it up. But Brian and I know the capabilities of these machines. To a degree, the doctor does too, but he needs to catch up on the possibilities. Now, Brian just deployed to an old friend, Tony Tucci, from the old days.
He was on the call last week.
Yes. Well, that network has been deployed. Apparently, Tony's very pleased. Brian's even more pleased because this is his first fully deployed Linux architecture and the first without SME server.
And you went out the door with full eggs.
Yeah.
A Samsung thumb drive.
So now what they're saying, now don't forget when you do it, you have to change, you have to change the name and you have to delete the browser cache. I should just throw in a post-install script that installs a fix Brave script, and you just type in fix Brave as the logged in user, and it'll just fix itself.
I think the light tweaks you can do reset it too.
Yep.
I think.
Yep, you can. I keep forgetting just how much direct interface control you have over Linux Lite. It is a superior build. Zorin dropped the ball. They've apparently fixed it.
I had no doubt they'd fix it, but it's actually becoming a little too mainstream for my liking right now too. It's had a lot of downloads.
Wow.
Like Linux, it's excellent. I used to use it a long time ago. It was great then. It's even better now. I had it on my Aspire 1.
It's so good for older hardware.
It is. It's awesome.
One day we got to sit down one evening with screen sharing on and compile some kernels in Linux Lite. Because if you think you can get a lot out of your machines now, wait till you compile NVIDIA support right into the kernel. Because you can do that. It's right in the repositories, and at compile time, it'll pull down the pieces it needs. You can find specific hardware, like there's lots of utilities out there, things that will audit the whole machine and see if there's anything that can be compiled into the kernel. And it'll give you a list. If it's part of the kernel, the performance increase is significant. Because everything that's required at the hardware level just above is already loaded up in the space reserved for those resources. Nothing that runs beyond that, including the operating system, will change that. You can't beat that for performance and reliability. That's the one advantage back in the old days before package managers existed. You had to compile everything for the hardware you were running on. That was true with GNU Herd, with Linux, with BSD and AT&T Unix itself. You had to compile it for the machine it was running on. We didn't have luxuries like you kids have, like USB and PCI Express. You kids have it so easy. Get off my lawn. Right, Brian?
Absolutely.
See, Brian's like, preach, brother. None of you know what you have. Like, there's virtually nothing I can't do it right now. How do I do it without attracting attention? We may have to have a sacrificial famous person.
Oh yeah, you do it through an agent.
That's right. Do you know how many companies are out there that I have no visible connection to? You can't prove a thing?
Oh, so many.
There's signs. And I will tell you if you guess right. But don't go down that rabbit hole too far. You might not like what you find. I'm an honest man, not a good man. There's a difference. You have to pick one or the other. None of you believe reality, and lying's too much work. I seem to be the only one that actually appreciated what I had when I had it. But nobody else did. And it was done to them on purpose. Everybody is just grinding to survive. Any excess value you consume, they'll just make the environment consume it. So you have nothing left. Just enough. And fucking phones with touch screens. Anybody remember how I feel about touch screens?
Nobody asked for.
That nobody asked for. Fucking hate touch screens.
I've got one I don't use.
Do you smash it with a hammer as they should be?
No, it's a very good machine. It's the only downfall is it's got touchscreen. It's 4K.
I fucking hate touch screen. I don't like it, no matter how pretty it is. I fucking hate touch screens. And everybody's looking at their phones and drooling. Ah, the sounds of the city. That's right, we're living the dream. You know, it's the Canadian equivalent of living at Times Square, but instead of Times Square, it's stupid nigger shit square. It used to be Young Dundas Square. That was a shrine to memories of my youth and millions of others' youth. And no, they just changed it to stupid nigger shit square. Because minorities. .94% of the world population are minorities. And we got to stop feeding them.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. And eventually we're not going to have the resources. Horrifying numbers. How many people they're killing with MAID and the reasons why. And the doctors that are okay with it. Like, why has none of the medical establishment spoken up about this? It's a serious question, and I've been asking it since the first days of COVID in 2019 when I was sounding the alarm. And then I saw the bullshit. The lies they were telling. And all the hospital staff were cooperating. Even though they knew it was bullshit. Brian and Allison had to go to a hospital on a regular basis. They saw the difference between day and night. It was all theater during the day. At nighttime, nobody gave a shit.
It was pretty incredible. I've never seen anything like it.
But nobody spoke up. And the ones that did, they fired. The cops that understand the oath they took and the ones that have the intellect to understand that they're being poisoned, they got fired because they wouldn't take it. People were kicked out of the military, the fire department. Doctors lost their licenses. Do you think they got them back? Do you think any of these people were rehired? Because if you don't pay attention to that, and you see that everyone's getting dumber, and we all know why, these are the people that are in charge now. Everywhere. The war's over. We lost. Because everyone gave up what was most important. They gave it up without a fight. We made the best of it. We got to do some exciting things like the doctor could drive from my place to his home in 15 minutes. That was pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
because we were essential. And all the roads were cleared. So I was pointing Brian to two of the biggest breaches that have happened. One through incompetence, one was direct. And the scale of this is beyond most people's understanding. So you can just Google Axios. Did you have any trouble finding anything to do with Axios?
No, I actually I read about that affected like the biggest of systems.
But nobody gets the impact. And now Claude was unintentionally made open source through incompetence, through a can't put the genie back in the bottle mistake. And it was just up for too long and 3 million copies. Boom. You can build Claude on your own now. All their value just disappeared. They tried to keep everything hidden. Their company's survival depends on it. So, what do you think is going to happen when they try to deploy central bank digital currency? We actually have running bets going. And we're betting with real money, Bitcoin. So first we have to bet on which direction it will go. What do you guys think? Can you extrapolate, think through time with those conditions? No? Retarded guess? Anything?
I just know they're gonna fuck it up.
That much is certain.
I don't know how.
Well, what are the variables? What are things that can fuck up? See, here's the gambit. It's not a question of if it gets hijacked. It's who and when and how. And it boils down to either we get it through incompetence, a la Claude, or cryptographers crack it.
Oh, incompetence. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll bet on that one.
My Tokyo sweatshop is ready to take a run at it the second it comes out. And two of these girls are weapons. Their brains are unreal. They know what to do with the tools, how to use them, and how to get accurate answers. Whatever they come up with central bank digital currency, the two of them will have it torn apart. We'll at least know how it works and what the obstacles are. But the government itself is a point of failure. So yes, incompetence is a good bet. But I know both. I'm on the fence. I don't know which side to bet on. I know more than you, and so do they.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So while on the surface it seems true, it's really not. This is your big learning moment. Everybody ready? Pay attention. I'm giving you pearls here. All of you have done the effort of trusting but verifying. See that their brains fill up really quickly. Zippy used to say that. My brain is full. Doesn't get full if you make connections. I don't know if anybody's noticed that.
Oh no, that clears up space.
So, the only way you can do that is examine how you think. And that's not, this is not a Scott Duncan thing. This is a neural network thing, which means you can verify it. Your brain cannot adapt, grow, or create unless you go through that process, examining how you think. See, you think wrong and value the wrong things. If you accept that that is true, it is. The next thing should be, what do I do to fix it? Well, the first part is stop thinking wrong. Accomplish that. Because there are people that come here that are afraid to come here, or back in the Discord days, they stumbled in. Legend spreads, trust me. I make it very easy for them to see how they think wrong. Isn't that right, Ryan?
What, mean old Scott? No
Yeah,
way.
it's true. Should have heard me in the Discord days. Scary.
I popped in from time to time.
But that was back when something could have been done, and nobody did.
No.
And I got the warning from Tara right back at the beginning. Everybody's too stupid.
Yep.
And she was right, which is, I gotta tell you, that's a hard thing to adjust to. It's me. Try to imagine my entire life, all the women I cavorted with, how many of them were ever right? Do you think I ever considered a woman right? Seriously, think that one through. So that was awkward. And that's the thing. I always tried to avoid being the smartest person in the room. It's not a hard thing to do. So I never do it. And we're entering a day and age where being smart is dangerous. It can get you killed. Go look up, and again, it was in Three Body Problem, the Red Guard. What were the Red Guard? It was all young people. And it killed millions of people. Well, it's going to happen again. And again, Brian's smart enough to know that the food supply's next.
Well, they've been attacking that for quite some time. It's going to happen when it happens. It's going to be pretty quick.
Yes.
3 meals. That's all it's going to take.
And the Irish are learning that now. It's not truckers that are blocking all the traffic, it's farmers. Same with France.
The farmers are saying that the government's paying them to plant flowers and not food.
Yes.
Yes.
They're paying them not to grow food.
That's intent.
The United States has been doing it for decades. Haven't they, Mr. Randall?
Most definitely.
This is not
That's
a
why
new
I was
thing.
a little bit confused because I'm like, wait a minute, that's common practice.
Yes. You think Bill Gates is buying up all the farmland because he wants the food supply? No, he wants free money from the government. Oh, look, I'm a super gazillionaire and I'm going to start growing food. How about if we give you $11 billion not to grow food? Okay, it's a deal. And Bill Gates breathes a sigh of relief because there's no fucking way he could get people with any merit to run these farms. So the government pays them not to grow food.
Guys, I gotta call it a night.
Night!
Night.
Night.
Night. Bye, Brad.
Gay! G-H-E-Y. Gay. Gay.
Good night, Joe Zappi.
Oh, the fucking faggotry it is.
I love this interface.
Holy fuck.
That's right.
You knew it. Surrounded by faggots. So. Oh, look, there's Dazzler.
Oh yeah, Daslow, you registered a corporation yet? You know, even if everybody who ever you interacted with, even if they just had basic bookkeeping knowledge, that would be a huge common frame of reference to talk to people about.
I really tried.
I know.
Like, you can't say I didn't try. And then I got
No.
one of the best teachers, Chris.
Yeah.
I will never, ever be as good a teacher as he was. It was a delight to be a disruption in those classes. I was just giving the place some class. But what a teacher. He had the whole thing laid out. And if everybody had just did the work, they deliberately focused on the wrong things. I was giving them facilities to do so. The pies. The Pi 400 had just come out. You can do your accounting on it for less than $70 at the time. Got a little keyboard on it. You can just plug a monitor into it, plug a mouse in the back, and You got a tiny PC you can dedicate to one task, like capturing motion JPEG from any camera. I've just built a Go application that can detect any camera that's ever existed on a TCP network. No matter how proprietary the protocol, I can pull a feed from it and serve it up as a motion JPEG. One standalone file, which is going to be included in our mini OS builds. Not mini OS builds, the Linux Lite. Mini OS has got I've got to split that off into a separate architecture. Still pull it off. It'll work, but it's going to be specifically for us. I'm not sure I'm going to do anything with the public in that. But goddamn, is it ever handy for us? We can just conjure networks into existence. They're awesome. But Start 9, despite the disruption in Ireland, is plowing ahead. Those guys are awesome.
Oh, it's awesome.
They have thought it out well. It's well documented. The community can't be beat, and it's all about security and privacy and autonomy. If you want to update to the bleeding edge, which seems to be working spectacularly, there's instructions for those that use Start 9. But Brian's out there testing it as a central server on a network. He has one deployed in the field now. Tony! And Tony seems quite pleased.
Well, he needed a whole bunch of help after, so I just easily uploaded the files right from here onto his Start 9 server. Where you went.
And there is nobody that can prove a thing. It is completely anonymous. And we're making it more anonymous. We're making an I2P version. Look back on my life now and look at it. One of the problems when you know where you are, you also know when you're running out of time. And I knew back then. I tried to do everything as fast as possible. That's why I pushed hard, why we could do these 72-hour runs and get these things running. Result of all
that
that.
Last one I did was hard. That was a marathon. I'm getting fat and old, man. Can't recover after staying up for 2 or 3 days straight.
You and me both. It's really weird being the same age as old people.
Yeah.
But that's what makes passing on what you know more important, because the things that worked for you will die with you unless you pass it on. I made sure there was a way, at least somebody who was looking, especially if they were young. As much as I hate you kids that I didn't have a Scott Duncan. I can't tell you how many times I wish I did. Well, now you got one. But that means I've changed the conditions of the test. And the only way you'll think right and value the right things is examine how you think. This is why women don't make it here. if you examine how you think, you don't need a therapist. Therapists will do everything except examine how they think. Which nobody does. Tara does. In all my life, I've examined very few women that could actually understand that they have to examine how they think so they understand. And you do have to examine them because you can't spot the ones that do understand. It's too dangerous for them. When I say my dream girl, do you think that's an exaggeration?
No. No.
Like, this is the girl. If I was going to choose a mate, this is the girl. This is what she'd look like. This is what she'd act like. And then people making the comparison when we were at the bank. Everybody thought we looked like Marcus and Ivanova from Babylon 5. Which again, they actually had to be pictures. They came with receipts. So I see what they're saying. I get it. But more than a few made that comparison. From an appearance standpoint. I couldn't see it. I thought we were way cuter. So, I can sit there. It's not a rubbing it in your face as much as I totally would rub it in your face. What's the point in having that without being able to do that? But how do I get that? If I'm the bad guy everybody says I am. Because you all hurt here, Tara. The doctor works with her every day. This is somebody who thinks. Most women don't. The ones that do or can think, not an enviable position. Again, smartest women in the world are in the porn industry. like really, really smart. Mensa smart. So why would they end up in the porn industry? Because the whole women control access to sex, men control access to relationships. The things working against them is you're compelled as a male to want sex, but you provide access to relationships, which means that's something you want to provide. It's not something that taints your judgment. It's something instinct compels you to do. Men make the mistake of believing women think the same way, and they don't. The future exists for women, always. They're always looking for what will be in the future. The men look at the women and look at her past. Why? Can she pair bond? Fun to stick your dick in. But you know she won't have that pair bond. Women can put on the act, but they can't keep it up for long. And men know when it's fake. So how do you get the woman you want? You already have a concept of what you think you want. Examine your thought process. Why do you want that? I examined my thought process. The conclusion was, I want the hot chick who doesn't know she's hot. Boom. 98% of hot chicks eliminated. The other ones just are ones that just are either really intelligent or just didn't listen to women, or both. Every single insecurity a woman has becomes very obvious. That's why jealousy, they're right. Women hate the hot chick. Especially the ones that show their tits. They're cutting in line, using million-year-old instincts that taint men's judgment. Even if it's not men they want, men are also useful to them, especially the simps. The hot chicks know this. Your goal is to be the man that would attract the woman you dream of. That's it. That's how I did it. It really is that simple. if you actually understand the woman you want, if you build it, she will come. I speak from experience.
Yeah, they're always looking.
It won't last 6 months, they said. Tara said, maybe. But I know for a fact it'll be the best 6 months of my life. Well, we've been hitting the snooze button on that shit for 30 years. And nothing fades. It really doesn't. She still looks at me the same way she did right back at the beginning. I don't know anybody else that can make that claim. But I'm just me, but I dare not change. Anybody wonders why I'm so consistent? I will never see me as she sees me. So here's some profound shit. Tara wanted to understand the concept of husband goggles. This is one of those things that she knows exists because she's living it. She doesn't understand it. Now, as always, I always took pictures because I had a hot chick. And on computers we're not using, it rotates as screensavers. That's why you always hear me say, see the hot chick? Did her. Well, you guys saw the Scientology protest picture. Tara holding up the sign. When we were young and pretty and we were awesome. We were fighting Scientology, but if you look at us, we were genuinely happy. I have so many memories burnt into my head, and they're always overlaying, and she didn't understand that description. But then I see these pictures. And I say, see the pictures of us? When you see me, do you see young me?
Yeah.
No, you just see me. And I saw it click in her head there. Because that is universal. It's no different between men and women. Tara looks at these pictures when she's young and beautiful, and I made sure I had a picture of it. And can't disguise the look. Can't fake that look. Every time she's looking at me, this is clearly a woman in love. It's never changed. Men don't forget that. It burns into their head over and over and over. So when I see that, I just see Tara. Oh, earlier, before the chat started, Derek Moran's, I don't know if you guys can read this in the Rogue Support chat, but Derek Moran stepped in and said, I'm listening to this show, whatever. They jailed the Fender, asked her a question, is he still in jail? Another question. Why would you run in, ask the stupid question, and then leave? Because Brian and I were there. So, Derek, if you're listening, the answer to your question is none of your fucking business, Derek. Why don't you go suck Officer Bubbles' cock? You want to go talk to these strangers.
SD, the fat man's going to sleep.
Okay, I'm glad I could bore you to sleep.
No, it's age. It's nothing to do with that.
I know.
It's age, lack of sleep. Anyways, everyone have a great evening.
Off you fuck. Bye.
Night, Brian.
Cheers.
Night,
Take it
Brian.
easy.
Night. So I only speak on the subjects of which I am a master. Everything I told you is true because I live it. I have what everyone wishes for. If you think right and value the right things, you'll get that too. And if you do that before you go after what you think you want, because if you look at the tender for law, I was letting that unfold. You think wrong and value the wrong things. How many times did I say that in the group?
Mm-hmm.
But that's a journey. You have to walk through that. Oh, look at that. There we go. I knew Sean would dig it up. Aren't we pretty? God damn, we were cute. Back then, I thought we were invincible because we were literally building the physical infrastructure of the internet. Then they tried coming after us, so they called our head office, which just routes to my phone. They're saying that somebody is hosting something on our servers. I said, really? What is it? Carolyn Leckman's Scientology dissertation. It violates copyright. She's part of a large group of evil people who are going after a religion. To which I responded, the cocksuckers. This was Ava Paquette. Notice I always name names. She starts blabbing about copyright. Wow, you've really presented a compelling case. I'll tell you what, I promise to do absolutely sweet fuck all for you. Absolutely nothing. Beyond nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm going to prioritize its bandwidth and masturbate while I do it. You can't talk to me like that. I want to speak to the president. I want to speak to the owner. I want to speak to Scott Duncan. To which I said, Speaking. Ah, good times. So they said, oh, we're going to go after this Canadian guy. We'll beat him down. We'll scare him with our lawyer, Timothy Sinnott, who threatens to sue me with the opening letter. And I said, please let me know. You know, I was like, bring it, bitch. I'm not citing anything. You bring it, bitch. I'm doing nothing for you. So you take this to court right now. Let me know when you're submitting it. I'll meet you down there and you can serve me right in front of the officer of oath right there. Knock 6 weeks off of it. I want this shit in front of a judge, very public, published on the Usenet, published on our web servers, right alongside Carolyn's article. Bring it, you fucking bitch. He considered my response surprising and apologized and went away. Because I'm sure some lawyer said, you know that's Judge Dredd, right? So, they gave up, threatening me legally. So they tried intimidation. They assigned one of their OP 11 billion agents, Peter Ramsey. No one knows what happened to Peter. He's dead now. Anyway, tragic. Yep, and here we are. But everybody has the remnants of our civilization's peak. Computer science is being pushed forward out of necessity. But all creativity is dead, and we seem to be the only ones with it. And now being creative, it's dangerous to do so. Nobody understands that yet. So if you're using phones, or you've been following me for any time, you'll see the contempt I have for smartphones. Unless you're using Graphene OS, in which case you better learn about the fucking phone you have with you. Everybody's lives are intimately tied to computer science, and nobody knows anything about computer science. Brian's made the first real-world deployment of our standard, which he had no problem adopting. None of it was hard for him. There was nothing new. Anything new, I've already shown him. Even if it's MDNS, it's always DNS. There's your network problem solved. Brian loves that. The shit we had to deal with before, it used to drive me up the wall. That's why he keeps bringing up NetBUI. So that's how women are coping now. But everything is men's fault. The adult toddler's guide to explaining all of her horror choices. And yet they still proceed as if it doesn't matter. And that the men are the ones wrong for having standards. Anybody notice this?
Yeah, I saw a video actually where a fellow was asking a 304 on the street if women are the primary enforcers of gender roles. Because women want men to be a certain way. But men can't have standards, I guess.
Well, anything that could possibly lead to accountability, women avoid like the plague. And will blame men. It's just what they do.
Yeah, so they all better have a man to blame, and no man wants them anymore.
And that's something they don't get, because they think things are eternal. And again, covered that way back with Garfunkel and Oates. They did a song called 2931. Well, I'm trying to cram as much into these as possible, and I'm not getting questions here anymore. I don't get that. Your questions don't count, bitchy kitty. Yes, you're a good kid. Your questions are still irrelevant.
It seems to me with all the entities out there talking about tokenizing assets, it looks like everything's going to be done with the ERC-20 standard.
Yep. Well, why not?
Well, yeah, I mean, you want to make it all talk to each other really nice.
Then we do what we do best, overlay networks.
There was that other project, really, really fast transactions. I can't remember what it was called.
Alto?
Alto, that was it. Is that part of the overlay network?
That's one possibility. Remember, we have so many options now.
Yeah.
Like, as I keep saying, it was never meant to be this, but it is. So, leverage the negative, I guess. If it's even a negative, because we're in unknown territory. I was going to let the Ethereum concept unfold in the tender for law, make it part of the record. And then Vitalik spoiled it. Hate that kid. And unfortunately, he had the foresight to see what the flaw was and dedicated some brain power to that. People should have been more concerned that if it worked out of the gate. But I couldn't have handled it like him. Law, money, computer science. That's my territory. Vitalik took off quickly. He became big before he could be ready for it. But he knew who he was, which means he wasn't easily exploited. Hi, kitty. Yes. I'm just going to help you out here. Oh, stop it, kitty. I'm just examining this. Little vet stuff. Yes, I know. I know. Poor kid. I know. Okay. Okay. Little kitty. Yes, meow. We don't want your stupid ass infected, son. Yes, meow. There's your box. Back in a minute. And we're back. So yes, Alto is going to be one of the options for overlay networks. But there's a billion others. Everyone's paying an ignorance tax. And Tony's run a 30-year-old business. He knows what it's like shopping for this skill set on the street. It just doesn't exist. And the enterprise grade stuff is way beyond anything he needs, way outside his budget. And they're not even good at it nowadays. They deploy people that read off of cards. I saw that happen when we took over the Toronto Hospital project. Because they were asking us to produce documentation. This was before we actually took it over. And I, of course, produced it in record time, but when they looked at it, they said there was stuff that needed to be in there. I'm like, shouldn't these people know this? Like, if you come in with these credentials saying you're a computer scientist, I'm going to send you out doing computer science stuff. You're saying I need to give them a card and a step-by-step instructions, and people's lives depend on this. The data corrupts, the machines fail, people die. That's what compelled them to hand the thing over. And that's when we assembled the unstoppable team. They got rid of me pretty quickly, though. Go figure, I don't fit well into a hospital environment. So the primary lesson tonight is examine how you think. What is the process? You hear me say it every week. What's the thought process that got you to that idiotic conclusion? At which point you end up looking pretty fucking retarded. All of that because I examine your thought process. I've literally done more regarding you than you have. Why is it so easy for me to stump you on really firmly held beliefs? The Christians will come in selling faith, literally selling not thinking as a virtue. Needless to say, they are very displeased with me when I point out the historical accuracy that their death cult was invented by Jews to sell them the notion of insurance.
Yeah, like you said the other week, people who don't know about that God don't go to hell.
That's right. The world's first info hazard, of course, made by a Jew. But the idiocy becomes obvious. See Martin Luther. You hear the word Protestant. What was it they were protesting? The fact that the Catholic Church was just bullshit. You can buy your way into heaven? Fuck you.
Yeah, the indulgences. You're just selling them.
Yeah.
Membership to an organization that won't exist and doesn't exist. And when you try to show up, you don't exist either.
That's right. But nobody will see it. Once you see it, it's obvious. But people
Yes.
base their lives and identity around these evil, ignorant teachings. At least Christianity is selling some sort of morality, although it's ambiguous at best, and Jesus did not give a shit about property rights. I totally get kicking the Jews out of the church, overturning the tables, etc. You go to the Catholic Church, where do all these rituals come from then? The pagan people, they threatened just like Muslims do. People forget there was a time the Christians were the worst. Islam was in its golden age. It was literally where religion let you think. But the people who could think, once the world got modern, once the things that nature used to kill you for were literally built out of existence. And then they were starting to discover women could think. And once women could think, they get uppity. So one guy in religious authority said math is the tool of the devil. And then pointed to the synagogue of Satan as real-world examples. To the dumb, to the ones that haven't examined how they think, that sounds like this imam is bringing receipts. And their golden age ended. Baghdad today is a death trap. Baghdad used to be where all of human knowledge was stored. The analog Wikipedia. where they had very enlightened thinking. Everybody from every race and religion was welcome if they were seeking answers. Genghis Khan wasn't an idiot. Any of the smart people they kidnapped and sent to a tent city in Mongolia as one big giant university, so knowledge was centralized and shared. Keep them separate. Keep the smart people on their own and let them do smart people things, and we'll know more than everyone else. That's literally the thought process. Seems like a pretty good one to me. It's been field tested. It works. Worked many times.
The Kellogg experiment. You can't make a chimp smart.
No.
You can dumb the kid down, though.
Yep. And that's what happened. Didn't take long. You're in a civilization where women can walk around pretending they don't need no man.
I make all my money off of those women because they always call a man.
Yeah. Girl power. But people don't understand. Like, everybody's waiting for something to crack, and when it cracks, everything's been built to facilitate communism. Like, look what happened with communism, how it affected multiple generations of Russians. It's baked right into their culture. They don't smile unless they know the person. Because if you made any sort of expression, the KGB would try to entrap you into saying something bad about Stalin or whoever was in charge. And then off to a gulag you went, if you presented a coherent argument. Their best people were in gulags. Because the communists are always Jews. They'll put a patsy out front. But all of the Politburo, all Jewish. They may have had some token non-Jews in there. But they never went below 80% Jew. And Jews hated the Russians. They wanted them dead, and they killed a lot of them. 100 million Christians dead at the hands of Jews. Nobody ever talks about that.
Nope.
Because they engineer belief. Counting on, because they always give notice.
Yeah.
They have to, otherwise Yahweh will be displeased with them. And
don't get that real estate.
Yeah.
The thing that makes the Christian irredeemable is they kind of imagine that you're born or it's the first day of kindergarten and there's a bunch of books on the table, the Bible, the Quran, Talmud, the Bhagavad Gita, and then you get to read one or choose one, and then that's just what you are. And maybe the atheist kid just reads them all and decides he doesn't want to choose one because it all looks like bullshit. And Christians literally harassing the atheists for not having something for them to believe. Some bullshit.
Well, and again, this is what the communists did. Then they get the stupid people and convince them that being an atheist is good. You know my argument to everyone religious. I don't interfere with your religion.
There's a talk that Peterson did on TVO in 2012 called The Psychology of Redemption in Christianity. And there's a whole bunch of shit he obviously gets wrong, but there was some insightful stuff in there. I really don't, when I first listened to that video, I thought that you were the person he was talking about that everybody had to listen to. Because he described what you were trying to get into people's heads and nobody figured out.
If Jordan Peterson knows who I am, he knows me as just some guy.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, I don't see that there's any actual connection there, but who he talked about that people needed to listen to, and when he described that person, I had already been reading your stuff, and I was like, holy shit, this is the guy he's talking about. At least that's how I was thinking.
Everyone who's telling the truth is universally hated. If you look for somebody hated, see, now people hate Donald Trump like his base hates him now because he openly betrayed them.
Yes, that's righteous.
So, but before that, the Jews were fomenting hatred to Donald Trump. But when you ask, why do you hate him? Oh, he's a racist. Really, when was he a racist? Oh, I can't come up with any example right now, but I know he is. No, he isn't. How many racists win the Ellis Island Award? Because pretty sure you're not going to get the Ellis Island Award by being racist. Well, what's that, you stupid nigger? You don't know what the Ellis Island Award is? Because when Donald Trump won that, he was right beside Muhammad Ali and Rosa fucking Parks. Just like all racists do. We win awards like that. But universally, I'm regarded as the bad guy. Why is that?
Your honesty makes you a bad guy.
You can make that generalization if you want. It's not really an answer. It has to do with how people think. More specifically, how they don't think. Even more specifically, how they don't examine how they think. That's the warning I give at the beginning. This is a one-way trip. You can't go home again. Because in the end, I always make you examine how you think. Until you do, trust what I say is true, but verify it. Only through the verification can you learn. But you also have to connect these things. These aren't chores or tasks. People ask my must-read list. I'm well-read. That's a hard one to choose. I did my best in The Tender for Law, but I realized most of you are too stupid to see it. And they do it as a chore, and they don't connect it to the things I've shown you. I know so much, I have the answer to everything. Because I know how these magnificent machines work. The people using AI models have no clue. The ones that pass themselves off as experts learn rituals. We're actually doing stuff that works. We actually know what we're doing. We know what works and what doesn't. And we put them together in ways that were never intended and change how we do stuff. You get gems like Start 9 out there. You guys have no idea what these guys have done for you. But how could you? You think wrong and value the wrong things. And resent me because I get to be all arrogant, because I dare say I know what I'm talking about, and I'm telling the truth, and I'm right. Doesn't matter what you believe about me. What I tell you is true and real. And reality does not care what you believe. It's belief that stops you from examining how you think. It's definitely something women don't do, with some very notable exceptions. Hi, Fluffy. It is. It's insane. Shut off our air conditioner.
Oh, good.
There's still 8 people watching on Rumble.
Yes, I call these lurkers the Oort cloud. They're off in the distance. They don't want to admit that I'm right, but they know I am. You'll get other people with an agenda. They think, oh, he'll speak and we'll be able to use it against him. No, most people come in with that intent. Anybody who's dedicating the time they don't get back listening to me has something motivating them. Think it through. Look how long these things go.
Well, I just started verifying one day, and here I am.
Yeah, because I'm the only game in town. Anybody else who knows the answers has no time for you. I'm it. And if you make all the connections, these things become obvious. My goal is to make sure nobody needs me except Tara. But here we are.
We are.
Shout out to the people lurking on Rumble. You're pathetic. I have nothing but contempt for you, and you deserve all the suffering you're currently experiencing due to your own ignorance.
You see, when I stumbled across you and you would have said something like that to me, my immediate response would have been yes. Because things were that bad at the time.
Those are the only people that actually make it. The ones that have no choice.
So how bad does it gotta get? It's already too late. Now there's 10 fucking people.
Yeah, one of them's probably going, hey, he called us ignorant faggots. He's probably talking about you, dude. Come on.
All internet shows up.
Oh, right.
Yes, you're all wrong.
But how many years does it take? Again, when you get over a decade for anything, it's time to start taking it seriously.
That was like 5 years ago for me.
Imagine people's surprise when people have to take Tara and I seriously. None of those people are around anymore. And we're pretty sure that anomaly, that inability for people to understand, contributed to Carolyn Parker's suicide. Where she asked the two of us because she didn't get it. We just walked away from our lives and said, this is it. Whee! It won't last 6 months. Try to imagine how that made me feel when Tara said, maybe, probably. Statistically, you're probably right. But I do know it'll be the best 6 months of my life.
Well, I bet then you had a bunch of tricks she hadn't seen yet, so you figured you could get more time than that. Now you need to blow up
Yeah, I
the spot.
squandered the impressive stuff in the early days. She's so fucking jaded now. Still working on blowing up a star, but At the moment, it's not feasible.
Gonna need that though.
What? Blowing up a star?
Yeah.
And what are you gonna do if I do? Am I gonna get more than cool? Fucking chicks.
More vegetables.
I've never seen a medium egg size avocado.
You know, surprisingly, it was very tasty. But short.
Pick a lane, woman.
Hey, I bought it, we're eating it.
That's my girl.
Give ugly produce a chance.
That's right.
All we are saying.
And remember, guys, ugly chicks want a good hate fucking too. Women make shit decisions.
Thank you.
You are always the exception. Matter of fact, the entire evening has been dedicated to the exception. Goat shit notwithstanding. There were no goats. It's not purchased for goats.
Oh, we could vote if there were goats.
You
or
can't
not
vote if
goats.
something was true or not. This isn't a jury. I'm not on trial.
I mean, we could. It didn't have to mean anything.
Oh, you mean like our elections?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That sounds pretty Jewy to me,
it does.
right? I mean, we can just pretend. Is that what I'm hearing?
We got to test the actual function because people have to interact with the contracts. So we have to vote on something.
There were no goats. Again, you'll have to forgive Tara. She has rotten broad syndrome. Learned that a long time ago. I knew I'd just have to endure it. It's not her fault. Have to remember that. Every time she's the pro argument for spousal abuse. See, Tara's immune to any of these things. Well, everything we're saying about women in general, those are universal. They're still individuals. You just have to know what kind you want. And most men haven't thought about it. The Jews know this. That's why they make access to tits easy. What's the first thing they did when there was multimedia communication worldwide? Exploded the porn industry. Turn every young woman into whores with money. Yep. So we got an entire generation of mostly white women that will reproduce at the state's discretion. Birth control. Damages women in ways they are only now understanding. Which is why they're pushing for free birth control. But when you follow it through on the larger scale, you can see as soon as birth control is ended, so did our civilization. Began its downhill decline then. So everybody has to look for who's building the future, but then you look around the world, they're not. There's people copying. All the innovation is disappearing. Show me something new in the past 10 years, like truly new. Anything? Not picky, just has to exist. Anybody?
You got nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Just recursion. New mashups.
That's what happens at the end of a civilization. We're done. All we have is the memory of our civilization, because it's not here now. And as I said, you guys went and dug in, saw that clearly the British monarchy is over. It does not exist anymore. And you can tell when you actually look at all the rules, because Prince Charles' ugly side piece is addressed as Queen. Fuck off.
Yeah, kings have had to abdicate before in the past.
For divorcee in New York City.
And again, they were in love.
They were together until he died for like 34 years.
Think I wouldn't have done the same thing for Tara if I was in the exact same position?
Probably. She's a dream girl.
Exactly. So, yeah. Nothing else matters. So, yeah, I totally get it. Why not? It's one life you get. What you looking at, Fef?
Oh, CRA and scammers.
What about it? Because I'm looking at a lawsuit there. What is that? Oh, it's a whole article.
The heading is CRA pays out another bogus $5 million income tax refund.
Jesus Christ. Remember, these are the guys that are going to manage central bank digital currency.
I just want one of my own to funnel as much of that fucking value in my way as possible.
They're retarded. $500 million. And Pajit scammed them. From other Pajits. You call CRA, people believe the scams now because a Pajit will answer in Canada. At the actual CRA. So of course they're going to commit fraud.
British Columbia woman.
A British Columbia woman did what? Was the one that did the scan?
She's the one that got $5 million.
It's like a white woman.
Yep.
Well, that's better. How did she pull that off?
I have no idea.
Because I'm doing the accounting. How the fuck do you even do that?
Reported a ridiculously high income and also apparently said she paid all of it in tax. So they gave her $5 million.
Says documents filed by the CRA in federal court in January suggest that Wallace's claim was highly implausible from the start.
Poor kitty.
It certainly seemed highly unlikely.
They shut her air conditioning off, Cliff.
They sure did. Mildly annoying.
It won't answer the command.
Well, it's 14 degrees at 87% humidity. I imagine in the next hour or so it will be reasonable.
Here's something people don't know generally. When they say a 30% chance of rain, does anybody know what that means?
No.
It's it's a weighted average that there's measurable precipitation within a specific window,
Nope.
if I recall correctly.
Nope. You recall incorrectly then, or whoever told you was
Okay.
lying to you. When they say there's a 30% chance of rain, they're saying 30% of the city is going to have rain. 30% of the region is going to have rain.
So then it's got to be dictated by whoever's running the terminal radar site then.
Yep.
The entire region.
Yep.
Because like here, that's fucking most of Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, and part of Indiana all under one.
Yeah. So when they say a 30% chance of rain, 30% is going to get
Yeah,
rain.
that massive surface area. How fun.
Good guess, though. That would have made more sense.
Well, there's a reason they have bimbo weather girls. It's just people don't understand the 10% chance of rain. It's going to rain somewhere in that region, over 10% of the land there. So the first thing, establish what region are they talking about? If it's just City of Toronto, they're going to say 100% every time. But it's never that. It's the greater Toronto area. And you can see how the barriers of weather are just around this city. The downtown core generates so much heat that the weather is different than it is up at the dental office. Especially noticeable in the winter. It's also what trapped that very unnatural shit. I don't think they intended to do that. Hi, kitty. Yes, you're very cute. I see you all loafed up there. Yes, she'll loaf herself up, sit on a box there, and then just meow at me as if I'm supposed to come over and pet her. Oh, fuck you, kitty. All right. I'm petting you. I'm petting you. Now would be to pet you and keep meowing. Fuck you, bitchy kitty. I'll do in a pinch, but she prefers Tara. So, you have to know that communism is coming in, so you want to go look at how to avoid. And I keep pointing out, the legal changes all the time. It's about to get worse. June? Why do you see everything that happens in June?
Oh.
And this is a Canada-only thing. So anybody in the Oort cloud listening from the States, this doesn't apply to you. In Canada, we're reaching the point where 5-year more fixed rate mortgages that were really low are suddenly going to go through the roof. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. But I'm doing my best to make sure everybody knows how to avoid their traps.
It's so easy when you know the accounting.
Yes.
Same way you detect any scam. Because that's all the cop's trying to do when he approaches you. Just wants to ask some questions.
But what's motivating him to do that? Again, examine their thought process and then examine your thought process. Because it's never what you think it is. And as soon as I examine people's belief of what it is, and that's all it is, it's belief. And what do we know about belief?
It's all evil.
All evil. It's always the result of somebody evil pushing something. Always an evil agenda. All belief is evil. You either know or you don't know. Here's the problem. People believe they know. You go back and you look at... What's that?
Aren't they always just trying to get acquire joiners so they can...
But you think that... Okay, again, while that's true, from a practical standpoint, do you really think that's what's going through their empty little heads? These are dumb...
No, but that's what the
Yeah, but I've already pointed that out. I've just stated that as a fact. You don't get to dispute that, and it doesn't focus on their thought process.
Yeah, just following
Okay, so you don't need to explain to me what it is because I'm the one that taught you. Remember that? So I don't care about that. Focus on the damn question.
Yeah.
They just have policy and procedure for interacting with anybody.
Oh, but what's motivating them?
Yeah, they're scared they're going to lose their pension.
Yeah, they're going to lose their job. The biggest lie they tell is, well, we don't have quotas. Yes, you do. And you'll lose your job if you don't. They put a policy in where if you haven't been promoted in 3 years, you're out. Army's the same way.
Yeah, the Army. There's always something. It's just a big trap.
So, but they're taught that right at the beginning. You have a cushy little government job with magic authority powers. Everything is geared toward protecting you. You have a gang in a union. You have a gang in a brotherhood of butt-fucking blue faggots or whatever they call themselves.
The thin blue line.
But the mythology they sell on television isn't what it really is. These are just stupid government workers. People work for the government because they're not wanted in the real world. They have no value, no merit, so they have to live off of money taken by force from others in a job where nobody interacts with them voluntarily. So, what kind of person would even do that? The worst kind. But they have to stick to the rules because they're stupid. They don't understand anything. None of them are thinking surety, accounting, and the law of agency. They're thinking, I have to obey these rules in the book. Otherwise, I'll lose my cushy government job.
Yeah, name, address, date of birth. Name, address, date of birth.
Yeah.
The only time, like, everybody should be walking around, if they're not driving, where your surety is transferred, you have to have a license for that. That's what insurance is. Anything that's insured that can harm, oh boy, other people's property has to be licensed. In fact, even tow motors you need a license for. Used to be, well, yeah, I could damage property, but usually it's the property of the business itself, so it's nothing to worry about. But then insurance costs went up, and then, boom, you need a license. You need to be trained to be a forklift operator. Which makes sense. The Class B school bus license. Incredibly hard to get. But probably best that the standards are rigid since you're driving a big yellow truck full of kids with no seatbelts. You're not fooling me. That's not a school bus. It's not a bus. It's a truck. So, yeah, you should probably have extra training because of the extra risk you're putting kids in by sticking them in a big yellow truck. Can't convince me that's not what it is.
If done right, you're just raising the standards.
Yeah.
If done the way a Jeep does it, you just lie on every piece of paperwork and rubber stamp everything.
But that's just it. Whenever you put that mixture, no matter what age, race, whatever, if you put the smart with the dumb pull the smart down. They never raise up to the smart. And it's really weird being the same age as old people now. And we are literally the best case scenario. If you're not doing that, then what the fuck are you doing? I know where I am. I clearly know where I was because I left a record. If you know where to look. And you have confirmed I'm telling you the truth. You already know that people who tell the truth in communist eras are hated. Communists hate the truth. Universally, historically, and now. Communists hate joy and laughter. They literally hate happiness because they don't have it. It's the ideology of envy. That's all communism is. And it never works. They never get the idea that it takes these people to build these things. If you think you can do the same, you are wrong. And you will always fail. Just like communism always failed. There's nothing to motivate the people except fear. Because a ditch digger made the same as a doctor. All food was rationed, and because central planning never ever works, people get together in a group, it's never ever worked. Ever.
It's always the same people doing all the work.
And then they stop. Or they're eliminated.
Yeah.
Or sold off or moved to where they think they'll be more beneficial. But it's unsustainable and nobody applies time to their thought process. And you end up with shit like the Aral Sea, which is going to kill people. And everybody goes, well, it's 2020 hindsight. Well, no, you can see it foresight too. I had to drag poor Brian into all of this because the government is trying to fucking kill him. Now he's rushing to catch up.
Oh, but he's got value, so it'll be easy.
He doesn't see that, though.
Everyone who has trouble with the accounting, it's because they're having trouble with the value part.
Because they have none.
Well, once you start to have some, then all of a sudden all the paperwork starts to come in and it's got to get produced and organized and written down. And then that's it. That's literally all you do. So you automate that as much as possible.
If you have to do something more than once, get a machine to do it. Scottisms can walk you right through all this. It's never been hard. Ryan's confirmation. It's not hard.
It's not hard. You say creditors will keep accounts for you and all this come when the bills do.
Yep.
As long as you pay, they'll keep the accounting together.
It sure will.
It's just got to get, like, the story's got to be told at some point. Reconcile everything, but...
And that simple thing of the only thing you should use your legal name for is to register stuff. Because you are a register.
Yeah, since you said that, I just see it all the time now.
It's the only thing you use it for. Otherwise, I'm Scott Duncan, Vice President of Rogue Support, Inc. You can go look that up. That's who I work for. I don't issue credit to the government, so if you want me to do something, you got to pay. My rates are $420 an hour or any part thereof with a minimum billing period of 4 hours. So, cash up front. Oh, right, you're not allowed to use cash. Certified check or money order. Make it out to Scott Duncan in trust. Because it's not my time you're using. You're using somebody else's time. I have joined her there. There's a public record of it.
Yeah. You have to have these entities set up, which is why.
Well, that's just it. Then people looked at Derek Hill, who accidentally showed the value of the lien. He had his baby mama, who was trying to fuck up his life, but he decided to be a cheapskate and lean his name for 1 year. And lo and behold, she got so desperate she came into the Discord group. Anybody remember that?
Yep.
Oh,
Because the cops were no longer listening to her. The cops were no longer acting, no matter what he did. So she went investigating. You don't think she came in there because she was interested in anything I had to say? It was something that evil Scott Duncan guy said.
oh, that evil Scott.
I'm the bad guy in everyone's story. And these upcoming days, especially now and the days to come, the people who are universally hated but can't articulate why they're hated. Or when you see people intentionally tell what you absolutely know for certain are lies about somebody, those are the people you should be listening to. Because there's a reason the useful idiots are saying he's a racist. Hi, kitty. Yes, kitty. So, are there still people lurking on Rumble? How many other services are lurking on?
7 people there.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at least 3 of them don't count.
Yeah, I'm the other one.
I'm sure one of you is watching Twitch too. And every one of these, anybody who notices, yes, locals. We have it bound to roguesupport.locals.com. Don't go there unless you want to give me money. most people don't even know it exists. I was one of the very first locals users. Because of course I was. I'm everywhere. But I have no interest in making money, and that's what Locals is for, subscriptions. Because I know some people that will say, yeah, I know it doesn't mean anything to you. And it doesn't. You're a stranger. You didn't contribute. You didn't help. I'm glad you made it, but I don't care. I don't care that I changed your life. I'm glad you managed to change it so you have a fighting chance in the future. But your ignorance before finding me harmed me. And none of that occurred to you. You just went, didn't have the answer, suddenly have the answer. And at the same time, all the way back during the Clifford and Menard days, the Quat losers, all of them, nobody spoke up. When it would have mattered. So, your thank yous are hollow. Because I get nothing from them. I do not benefit in any way. So, those that would want to thank me, I don't care. Like I said, the people who took the money and ran, I don't blame them. I value the fact that they listened to me. People like Dave, who was motivated by desperation. He was going through a real world thing in real time and hearing things he'd never heard before. But he also knew and saw who I was. And it was slow. That's why nobody on Facebook noticed. It wasn't a big explosion. Suddenly Scott became popular. That's why I restrict followers. So I know who it is that's there. The people with millions of followers? Why would you even want that? Like, somebody explain that to me. Why would you want the attention of strangers? That's something that fucked me up in my youth. Something I had literally jazz famous. And strangers know more about you than you'll ever know about them.
Would that be attention-seeking faggot syndrome or something else entirely?
I don't know. Like, everybody everybody can't be attention-seeking faggots. You can't build an economy on attention-seeking faggots. At no time in history has there been an attention-seeking faggot-based economy. The people driving this stuff, they work with what gets people's attention. PewDiePie's not playing games now. He's showing people how to build AI rigs. But he has the attention of literally 1 billion people. That should terrify you. Should have terrified him. But he realized he was part of the bread and circuses, relocated to Japan, and stopped relying on this shit. And then he said to everyone, that was back when he was going to do DLive as his primary source. That didn't work out, but it showed YouTube that he's more than willing to walk away. He has everything he needs. So you let me do what I want, otherwise fuck off. DLive didn't handle that good fortune properly. And this is the important thing that I always tell people. When you realize that I'm giving you the right answers, the next place you'll fail is success. Most people don't plan for success. Even Hitler, when they established the Blitzkrieg doctrine, he was surprised at how successful it was. He was like, wait, that worked? Never once see why it worked. And he ended up fighting a war on multiple fronts. So if my role is Supreme Executive Leader, I am the King of Canada. Let's just have that scenario. How would I manage a war? Anybody who's played Homeworld against me knows I'm one of the greatest tacticians ever. Because nobody will play with me. I used to say that with Dan. Well, just keep practicing. Because I've done that. I've practiced for months and months and months, and I beat everybody in the leaderboards. So I finally get up to what I think I'm coming, then I walk in and you just kick my ass. It stopped being fun. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe for you. I don't think you're thinking about what's important.
Losing team.
That's right. I'm a graceful loser, but I'm a terrible winner. I am just awful. Especially when Tara and I were fighting as a team. Like, you might as well just surrender. Save everyone time. Doesn't matter what we're up against. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Yes, it's a kitty. Oh, yes. You're a kitty. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I stop petting you? So, if I'm the king and I'm running in the middle of a war, I'm one of the best tacticians ever. Do you really think I would ignore the generals? I'm sure I'll improve when there's more at stake than a homeworld game. But I'm going to make sure the people that have experience in this arena have executive authority. So they don't have to go through me. Trust your generals.
Sun Tzu.
You hand it over to them and you fucking walk away. Let them do what they're good at. But you just said you're the greatest tactician. You're better than them. Yes, objectively. That also means I know their level of competence. Did they surrender or did they go down fighting? You can examine how they lost. Of course they're going to lose against me. There's no substitute for experience. It doesn't matter how talented you are. It doesn't matter how knowledgeable you are. Without the experience, old guys like me will run circles around everyone. Which is why the communists want them dead. They don't want kids thinking or inspired. They want attention-seeking faggots to succeed. So all the brainless drones are looking at some niche of attention-seeking faggot. But the media is being controlled by Jews. You're not allowed to say that, though, or they'll cancel you. So what are you going to do? Well, if you're smart, you learn how to disappear. Running your home network, you should be able to pack it up and move it quickly. And make sure other people can't touch it. As you can see, Brian loves his Start 9 server. If everybody gets Start 9 servers, again, you can build your own. It works on great on minimal hardware, depending on how many people or what you're going to do with it. Your machine has to meet certain specs if you're going to run a full Bitcoin node, but it runs it just fine on Tor. Which means you have a secure Bitcoin node. So nobody can find you. Even if Knots doesn't win and 3.0 starts carrying child porn. Because as Nick says, it's just meant for money. It's not meant to have a payload. It's not meant to have a fucking book attached to it. It's meant to have a note. What was this transaction for? Just like the note section on a check. Because it's supposed to be money, like a check. Yes, you stupid ignoramuses, a check is money. 2 signatures and a trustee. It's a security. Except your signature's on it, unlike a banknote. That money facilitates the accounting because money is accounting. You're surety for it. The second signature is whoever endorses that you're surety for that. The bank is the trustee. 2 signatures and a trustee. Security! Every dot, single dot, time. Dot. Gotta keep my virtual punctuation accurate. Once there's only 3 people watching. I guess I got boring. Or they were aware that I was aware that they were watching. Fuck you, you cowardly Oort Cloud faggots. They have to have muted the audio by now on Twitch. They never save the video now. I guess they don't like what I have to say. Oh well. Anybody check on Thor's numbers?
Not recently.
Kind of dropped off the map.
Oh, he's still there on Twitch, if you're following, of course, but... Yeah, he lost a bunch of followers, but he's just moving along as if nothing's happening because the ferrets are paying the bills.
Yep.
I keep telling the doctor he needs to like video all the dogs and post that shit up there. There's a fortune to be had there.
Get on the puppy brain rot content bandwagon.
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody knows how old the dogs are.
Nope. Nope.
You can milk
There's
that
little
shit for
genetic
fucking
farces that will go on forever. They're ageless. Little Uzo was an old dog. But he still looked like a puppy. Here's the other creepy thing. And there's peer-reviewed studies on this. The raccoons in urban adaptation have learned that if they look cute, people will be compelled to feed them. So their noses, the ones in the city, their noses are smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Their eyes are wider. Fewer sharp angles on the face.
If not friend, why friend shaped?
Yeah, exactly. So that's the instinct they're triggering, and chicks fucking love cute.
Oh my god, so do fucking truck drivers. There used to be an entire fucking herd of them. Like, seriously, you just get 6 of them walk up to you down at the, apparently down at the fuel island, because all these guys would get out of their trucks with their bags of fucking Doritos and shit at the end of the day, and they'd fucking feed them their leftover fucking Doritos.
Of
so
course.
These fuckers got fat, and they learned to bag, and oh yeah, just a herd of them. So yeah, I can totally see that adaptation taking place.
Well, it's happening in real time in front of you. It's amazing. Eventually, they'll be able to read people better than people. See, that's why you know. Black people are hostile. Because there's never animals around. And there's even the Scott observation. You can always spot towns where there are no niggers if you see swans.
Lots of swans in Belleville.
The record swans this year. Not many niggers here.
Exactly.
They show up on the river in the morning and then go to the airport for lunch.
We had a family of swans that always hung out by our boat. And then we had to move it over for the filming of Beauty and the Beast, for which they paid to have our boat in the scene because it looked cool and futuristic. So any brand names that are printed or anything like that, we had them covered up. They looked even cooler. But the swans had a morning routine where they'd land, because anybody who's been on a boat knows there's no fucking way you don't wake up when the sun comes up. It's just something that happens, no idea why. But you always wake up when the sun comes up. Even if you just went to bed an hour earlier, you will wake up when the sun comes up. Anybody who's ever lived at sea knows this is true. Well, so did the swans, because they knew shortly after the sun came up, I was having breakfast with lots of high-grain bread. Not for me, but that's the bread you should feed them if you're going to give them bread. The whole grain, whatever that stuff is, like all these seeds and shit jammed into it. Something that has substance. Otherwise, the swans will eat the bread, their stomachs will be full, and they'll starve. Because they don't digest that shit. It just goes right through them. So, if you're going to feed ducks or swans, don't feed them white bread, don't feed them brown bread. Whole grain bread. Or bird seed. But they'd always show up at the same time every morning. Until we got moved for the shot. It was the other end of the harbor. And as we were being moved, the swans showed up, saw the empty berth, and looked around really confused, and then saw the boat, so they just sort of swam after us. Followed along and figured by the time the boat stops, the food will be there. And if I wasn't outside, I'd get a big, loud, angry honk. Or if it was the kid, it would be a loud, angry cheep. But it was absolutely hilarious that they followed the boat.
They knew where their meal ticket was.
Yeah. They stayed really late in the season, too, but then one day they just flew off and never came back. But the next step is starvation. And anybody who was in the tender for law will remember when I was admiral and I had to order the Tycho Brahe to turn around, not the Tycho Brahe, the Tyson to turn around because there was food riots in Venezuela. Which I gotta say happened way sooner than I expected. Hence why I was sending a boat out there. You'll notice we were doing very well with failed economies. But we can't do that now. And every once in a while I'm thinking I could bring all of this down. You think I'd worry about the billions I burnt up by doing so? No. I'd worry about being known. Which is why I set it up the way I did. Steve Krupnik knows. Brian knows. Nobody will believe either one of them. Anybody who goes looking from the outside will see the guy that's banned everywhere. Oh, he probably deserved it. Don't take him seriously. Sounds like I'm almost doing it on purpose, eh?
Perhaps.
While you're building, never let them take you seriously. The tender for law wasn't taken seriously until it was. The only thing that saved the government back then when they went after Pete, why do you think they reacted to Pete so brutally? Like, he lost everything. They ripped his family apart. They took everything that he built up.
Well, he was close, but he was picking and choosing.
Exactly. I'm going to be the administrator. Fuck off. No, you're not.
No, none of that.
Well, what do you think happened? Why do you think they got away with it?
Because that's how he wanted to be. He wanted to be that. He wanted to be the register. And it's their ledger.
A concept he was incapable of understanding, and he didn't even have the shield of a corporate entity. It was a registered partnership.
And so the only thing he had protecting him was the marriage, so you know they were going to go after the wife to scare the shit out of her.
Yep. First thing they did, when they went after her, they and his wife called me.
Yeah, I was there that day.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you saw that I wasn't afraid. The first thing they did was threaten me with obstruction. Her rights are not an obstruction. That's what makes them rights.
Yeah.
First they speak to me in French. English. And then they try to speak in. What the fuck are those noises you're making? Speaking in English. That's not English. It sounds like a Quebecois with a dick in her mouth trying to speak English. Take the dick out of your mouth and speak English. Because once they used that level of underhanded deception, for what? The CRA?
I have had zero trouble with the CRA interacting with them as of late. They've been nothing but helpful.
And that's the thing people have the hardest time adapting to.
They're compelled to clarify. You just gotta know what it is you're trying to accomplish.
Yep.
And they're only gonna talk to you if there's like a problem that you should be able to fix with accounting.
Yep.
Only problem I had with them is a form that I filled out wrong.
Which of course got corrected, and life went on.
Yeah.
They were probably very helpful in getting you correcting it too.
Yeah, they told me they were going to proceed, because I filed a amended tax return. They were going to proceed with it, and they just wanted to know who the shareholders of the company were, but that wasn't going to hold things up, so I didn't reply to that. There was no signature. And then a couple months later, they asked me again about the shareholders, and I just responded, is this holding things up? And then I got a letter the next day that $17,000 debt was down to zero. The accounting was corrected.
But you're doing nothing different than Pete did from a giving people instruction. When I say all tax is ignorance tax, that's correct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Every single tax is ignorance tax. They've actually ruled in court. It is your right to pay as little as legally possible in taxes. It is your right. But it's still not your money, and it never was.
Yeah, so a corporation with a ledger can be surety for all that.
Sure. Anybody who got Canadian Tire money, do you think any of them doubted Canadian Tire would honor those?
Oh, as a kid, I was certain of it. I could trust it.
Yeah. Because they were everywhere. But so was Eaton's, and so was Dominion. And so was Northern Telecom. These were things that built Canada. Northern Telecom and WorldCom died because of accounting scams. Not because they lacked merit. To this day, of all the corporations I ever dealt with in computer science or networking, WorldCom was bar none the best. Yes, I was paying $3,000 a month for a 1 meg up, 1 meg down T1. Fastest you could get with a serial loop to a Bell switching office that was 500 yards away. Well, don't that kick a little ass? So Bell put it in. And we got a T1 router. WorldCom had us up and running in a few minutes. And they used to call us. There was one day we were updating the firmware on the router. So we took it down for the day because we could do server maintenance. And they phoned us to make sure we were okay. They wanted to know if there was anything they could do to facilitate rerouting traffic if we're damaged in any way. Is there any way we can get a... Do we need an emergency connection? We can get ISDN there tomorrow. No, dude, we're updating the firmware. Chill. And because we were physically part of internet infrastructure, we controlled everything, the web servers, the mail servers, the phones, everything. Scientology just flushed money down the crapper. They tried to hit everywhere. WorldCom said, no. You can't sue the phone company for obscene phone calls. And you can't tell us to censor it when we have no evidence of what you're claiming. Go talk to our legal department. That's billable, by And Scientology doesn't like it when lawyers say billable and it's not one of theirs. They tried for over a year and a half to get Carolyn Leckman's piece and Xenu.net, all of those off the internet. That's why we set out to take them out. And now, the last remaining stronghold on Hollywood Boulevard, Scientology. There's actually a game where people are rushing in with 3D cameras to get a map of the inside.
Oh yeah, there's like competitions to see how far inside the building you can get.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I did in the Scientology days, they just lost to Casey Hill the first time. So I got an order, so I had unobstructed access at any time. There was no establishment of reasonable. So I used to come in at very unreasonable times. And back then, I wish I had cameras like we have now. It would have been hilarious. Because they acted like I was some sort of plague monster and kept at least 10 feet away from me. And herded everybody away like if I touched them, they'd melt. I just walked all over the building just because. There was nothing they could do about it. And all they had to do is one hostile act. Just one. Because the lawyers know who I was. So you make sure you know they were warned that this guy is also this guy in my world.
This is the guy who scares the boogeyman.
Yeah. But he can't do anything. He's powerless. That's how they communicate it. He's powerless until you make hostile actions. So make sure you... Yeah. They speak like it's some sort of magic spell I'm bound by.
He's got aura.
Yeah. Like, fuck off. But you see it now. There's nothing left of Scientology in Toronto.
Gentlemen, I'm fading out over here. I'm gonna call it a night.
Night.
Night,
Night,
Randall.
everyone.
Night, Randall.
I really see you trying. There you go. What else can we pick on? Daslow! What the fuck, dude? You got your microphone on.
Are you using nigger technology, Daslow?
No, it doesn't show up as a live connection. Yep.
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out a governor contract with Open Zeppelin next. So we'll give that a shot.
Yes, I can set the interface so whoever's talking lights up. This is why I see Daslo there with a mic on. It detects a mic, but there's no RTC connection to it. Daslo, are you on a gay phone? Is he even paying attention? Here. Boom. There's that problem solved. He can come back in if he does it right.
Good troubleshooting technique.
It is. Also leaves a nasty colored red message that you were kicked out. Seriously, I don't know how I'll check and the stream can receive it, but you jump in and you ask questions and then leave. Well, I established that policy a long time ago regarding Derek Moran questions. The answer is, and ever shall be, none of your fucking business, Derek. Of all the think wrong and value the wrong things, he's the epitome thereof. All these worthless people. He'll speak to worthless people. He'll beg for the attention of worthless people. But here, like every time, he never, ever, ever turned on his mic. Not even once.
Scared of his own voice.
No, here is where you're accountable. Here is not where you're reading things that are far beyond the imbeciles you're reading to. Here you're accountable for what you say, think, feel, or believe. Because we only deal with what's true, and the truth does not care what you feel. Reality doesn't care about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings, in case that wasn't obvious already. There are notable exceptions for women. If you've consumed at least 100 milliliters of my semen, then you can make claims for me to be concerned about how you feel. Otherwise, I don't care. What kitty? Are you begging for food? You've got Costco chicken. Uh-huh.
I'm going to take off as well, Scott.
Okay, well, off you back.
See you next week.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Night.